Guys, how is everybody? You might notice that the camera is doing a camera thing. I'm going to turn it off for a second because I don't want it to hurt anybody's eyes. And then I'm going to try to fix it some more. I was trying to fix it for a few minutes before that. Um, hi everybody. Hi Texas. Hi Ollie. Hi Pizza. Welcome everybody. Just as I hit enter. Perfect timing! Yeah, so I was sitting here at the top of the hour. Hey Ellery. Hey Patrick. Saying I was gonna say I didn't think you were gonna be on. Have fun, Patrick. I have been sitting here for about 10 minutes. Well, more than that. 15 minutes trying to figure out why my camera is doing the camera things. But luckily you guys can hear me and you can see the book. So for 1 second, I'm going to try to fix this. And hopefully it won't be that big of a deal. So how's everybody doing? Love your Velma review, especially the song of the week. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was very proud of that video. It was one of those videos where I'm like, I'm gonna work extra hard on this one. Not that I don't try on all of them, but this one, I'm gonna try to be aesthetic about it. Hey, Natty. Hey, everybody. Hey, Rachel. Hey, Tarfield Owl. Hey, Hale. How's everybody tonight? Oh, God. What's happening? Oh, God. What's happening? Oh, that's Cruel World Happy Mind. I love her, but I don't have time to watch her stuff right now. Sorry, Cruel World Happy Mind. I'll watch it later. We are very close to 6,000 subscribers to... knocking it off the shelf. Oh, no. Today was my first day back to work after being sick. And my God, it was a lot. Well, I'm glad you're not sick anymore. That's something. I'm sorry that it was a lot, though. How do I want to do this? Oh, thank you, Natty. That's very sweet. I just quit my job today. Thanks for streaming. This is helping. Good. I'm glad. I'm always hoping that it's gonna help with the less spectacular parts of life. I hope it can be a good distraction from that. I'm trying to figure out why my camera is doing the things right now. It's doing this weird thing where it's like, I don't want to be seen unless I'm trying to give somebody a migraine. And that made it worse. All right. Anyway, we are reading the second half of The Hidden Staircase tonight for those joining us. We read, I think, exactly half. I think this was the first time ever we've managed to read exactly half of the book. Good for the writer who wrote this particular book. I'm not sure who wrote this one, as far as like ghostwriters and what have you, but good for them for making literally a perfectly natural halfway point. There's 20 chapters. The beginning of chapter 11 starts on page 92, which is exactly halfway through the whole page count of the book. It's beautiful. I love it. Makes me very, very OCD happy. God, do I have to? I'm gonna have to use my crappy camera, my default camera. I could use this camera, but this camera is eh. This camera's meh. Just the webcam, but it's not gonna give everybody a headache, so maybe that's better. Just for tonight until I can figure out why this is happening. putting up this for now so you guys can see me. Also, real quick, I think I've gotten, let me double check that I've gotten all of the doxable information of myself off of here. Yes, I did. I got a package from Project Hope today that I did not know was coming, and I do not know what's in it. So I was thinking I could open that with you guys, since all of you guys were there for the stream, and I figured that would be fun. I have no idea what's in it. I am drinking hot chocolate. Yes, it's hot chocolate season. Gasp. So I appreciate the support. Hey, Paolo. Tomorrow I thought we could do, I was talking last night about doing the game show stream tomorrow. I was gonna do it tonight, but then I realized very quickly we were only gonna get through about half of this book. So we're finishing up this book, and then my plan is tomorrow maybe we do game show stream. I'm not gonna commit to one specific game show just because I don't know what we're gonna be able to stream because YouTube can be weird, but I will see. I'm gonna just pull up a bunch of old game show episodes. I found a bunch of The Weakest Link from back in the 90s, early 2000s, so I thought that would be fun. And we'll start with that, and if they say, hey, stop, we're gonna go and watch a different game show. You're thinking of opening the package? Wait, what does that mean? I want to open the package. Tomorrow's gonna be tough for me too. I mean, we can put it off. We can put it off for a different time. But that was the working plan. Oh gosh, why is nothing on? That's a shitty camera. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not hoping to stay on this camera. This is just my webcam, but the other camera is, well, it's probably just better to just show you. Actually, I don't want to. It's just gonna be, you guys can probably see this. It's a lot. It's doing this thing again, and I don't know why. I don't know why. What's this one? Nothing. Do whatever. We'll be able to hop on when I can. Oh yeah, my hair is purple. Yeah, you can see it a little bit better in this light. It's somewhat newly purple. I used to be known for it being purple, and that was back in high school, and I recently went back. That Ghost, why are you like this? It's always something, isn't it? Like, I'm just, why? Why is this the thing that we're doing? What if oh gosh, okay, everything went down for 1 second. I was like, oh no, that's not what I wanted. That better? No. It's not better. Okay, anyway. All right, screw it. I'm just gonna use my webcam. My gross webcam. Oh god. Make it smaller. I don't really want to draw too much attention to the gross webcam, the awful low res webcam. Well, this is new. This is new because Tech Ghost is doing Tech Ghost things. They can alter to Tech Ghost. I have tried everything with Tech Ghost, and the funniest thing is it'll be like working throughout the day. I won't have any problems until I'm like, all right, it's time to get on stream, and it's like, here's all the problems. Always goes away after washing it like once. What am I using right now? I'm using like the cheap hair dye, and it's lasting respectably long so far. My only thing is I wanted to go lighter, so I'm gonna try to go a little bit lighter purple the next time I do it, but it's pretty fun. Listening and looking in chat. Box. Huh. It looks pretty good. Thank you. I do this thing that my family thinks is completely crazy where I melt chocolate chips in the bottom of it. Ah! Hey, guys. Go get hot chocolate if you have it. Danielle, hi! Can't stay, just want to say hi. Hi! Appreciate you. Saw your comment on the video, I appreciate that too. Yeah, so let's do this. You guys mind if I open this box from Project Hope? I'm like, what's in this box? Used to use chocolate chips for my s'mores. Ooh. I don't exist all day until the moment I have a phone call or online meeting. Then the world is going to end without mom. Yep. I want to see what's in the box too. Can't stay, but have a good stream. It's Cinna. Thank you. We going? Be mostly lurking again tonight. Work has been. That's totally cool. We can totally lurk. What's in the box? Oh, hang on. I'm getting to the box. Everybody's like, what's in the box? All right, let's see this. Let's see. Oh, God. Let's see if I can even... I'm afraid. I'm not afraid, but, like, I have no idea what's in it. Please don't be anything breakable. Please don't be anything breakable. Please don't be breakable. What is it? Tell us! Oh, God, I hope not. This is all over again. This is just, you know, this is the donation goal, right? Ooh, 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 there's a Project Hope water bottle. Nice. That's so sweet of them. It's like a little care package. There's a water bottle. Needed a new water bottle. Oh, is it a hoodie? Is it a hoodie? Is it a hoodie? It's a hoodie. It's a hoodie. Yeet. It's a bomb-ass surprise. It's soft. Not afraid. You will be. You will be. Oh, God. Hang on. There's more stuff in here. I just got distracted because the hoodie is... Oh! It has their logo on the back, and it then says Project Hope on the front. It's very soft. I love it a lot. That is so sweet of them. Ah! Hang on. Here's a Project Hope notebook. It's a Project Hope notebook. That's so... Hang on. Ah! Hang on. There's so much... How did they fit this much stuff in the box? Project Hope! You guys pack boxes better than I could ever do. So we have a Project Hope notebook. There's Project Hope on it. It's leather. Ooh, I'm so excited. I don't know what I want to... I'm going to have to do something special with this notebook. And a beanie. A Project Hope beanie. Polar Vortex incoming. You need the hoodie. They know I need the hoodie. That's so sweet of them. What's up with the camera? Yeah, it's a temporary thing. The other camera is glitching. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong. And if I can't fix it, we'll just have to deal with this tonight and then figure it out tomorrow. There's stickers! Ah! Hang on, I see stickers. Ah! There are Project Hope stickers. I love... So happy. You guys, I'm so happy. You guys have no idea. There's cookies. There's a Project Hope Miss Cookie. And it has a snowman on it. Why am I showing that camera when this camera is right here? I did not know we were going to be doing this tonight. I did not know this was coming. Did not know this was a thing. Wait, there's another sticker. I don't want to leave that sticker by himself without his friend. And last but not least, oh my God. Oh my God. a letter in there too, but hang on. It's a mug. I'm so happy. Ghost has taken possession of the camera. Everybody is like, can we read Nancy Drew, please? Like, yes, in a sec. Just let me have 1 second. I'm so happy right now. Oh, it's winter gear for the first. Pock's first book later. Shush, Lady. There's the letter. I'm trying to get the letter out. Let's see. Ooh. Oh. Thank you for the amazing work you and your community have done for Project Hope, Miss Maggie, P2P, and CM. That is so, guys, they sent a care package. That is such a sweet thing. I'm so blown away. I don't know what to say. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And thank you guys again for helping us raise money for Project Hope this year. It was very, very fun. Project Hope Miss was a charity fundraiser we did over Christmas, and we had also raised money for them back in March. They do humanitarian work all around the world, bringing medical supplies, food, shelter, mental health help to people who are going through crisis. Definitely check them out. Yes, it is 80% why we're here. I think that's so cute. But yeah, we are halfway done. We've only got halfway to go. This is so cute. Oh my gosh. Where can I put this? I don't want to put it on the floor. I'm gonna go put it in the other room. I'm gonna eat the cookie now, though. The cookie looks very good. I'll leave the stickers here to put somewhere. I don't know where. You know, when you like get stickers and you're like, I want to use it, but I want to use it on something good. Need to save it for something. Oh my god. We are chat. We are BS and Chaos and Garnet. Oh, the beanie. I'll wear the beanie later. I'm under direct lights right now, so I feel like it's a little bit redundant to wear this, but right this second, but I'm going to live in this all winter. But let's see. I don't think I have any other like real proper beanies. This is so cute. One of the horsemen. Thank you. It is actually comfy. Maybe I will keep it on for a little while. I'm gonna wear. I'm gonna be wearing the hoodie tomorrow night. I live in hoodies. Blown away. I did not know that was a thing that we were doing. I think that's really sweet. Are we not all horsemen of the apocalypse in our own way? Every so often we mom or dad, yes. Hydrate, take your PM pills and eat something, yes. Yes, that is good. I'm gonna put this, where can I put this where it can be seen? I'll put it here. I'll put it here for now. Oh gosh, the planning. I'm known for my planning. This is so cute. Guys, you're gonna have to tell me. We should use this notebook for something stream related. I don't know what, but it should be something. Inner good luck. Horsewomen. Yes. Horsewomen would be a great name for a band. Horsewomen of the Apocalypse. Keeper then. Should it be our clue keeper? Should we keep a journal on all the mysteries that we solve? Important, not just randomness. It should be something important. I do like the idea of using it as a clue keeper. We could also kind of make a scrapbook for all the books that we read. I think that would be fun. Let's see. I have wanted to do not junk journaling, but you know, like the kind of like scrapbook journaling where you kind of put stuff in. Hi, Laser. Two melatonin gummies because I have a horrible earache. Oh, I'm sorry, Zuni. Tomorrow will be better. I hope tomorrow you feel better too. Let's write down some clues in it. Let's keep a mystery. I almost said a mystery machine. Let's keep some clues in it. Let's figure out exactly how we want to keep clues in it. So we're not like, we should have done it that way. But maybe we could keep, like, you know how in the Nancy Drew games, Nancy has like the scrapbook with all of the cases that she solved. Maybe it could be that. I'm very excited. This is very sweet. Use it for notes if and when you ever get around to more mystery games like Phoenix Wright or Professor Layton. Yes, I was actually just thinking about when we were going to do that. Tone of a mystery machine. It is a machine that helps her solve mysteries. I'm gonna switch. Oh wait, that doesn't. Hang on. Nah. Still trying one more time to get the black magic going again, and I'm just like, meh. I do think it would be fun to use this as kind of like a little 2023 stream journal of sorts. What do you guys think? Our own little clue keeper. You could write the title of the mystery or case and then write the important info down so you can use it for like both books and games. That's actually good. I like this. I like this idea. I like this idea a lot. I'm just like, you know, when you would get like new school supplies and you're like, new notebook. I'm so excited. I gotta put it somewhere where it's gonna stay safe. Like, protect the notebook. And there's, guys, they not only sent, among other things, a hoodie, which is like, I live in them, but they sent a mug. It's a cute Project Hope Miss Christmas mug, and it looks all 64-bit. I love this. This is so cute. Can be the Marcy Drew Clue Keeper. Ooh, I like it. More mugs. Stationery is just unbelievable. I agree. Oh, you want me to hold up the mug again? Oh, that's right. This is the mug. I forgot that this camera is turned off right now. That's not what I wanted. I really want us to be on the regular, I almost said computer, the regular camera. Damn it. Everybody's like, we don't care. Let's do the thing. Disembodied voice stream. You're here. It'll be back in a second. I'm just trying to make sure that it's not, I don't want it to be glitchy and then like give somebody a massive headache by looking at it. I know what I'm gonna do. Hang on. Yes, I'm texting Texorcist just to ask if he has any ideas. Mr. Incorporated had a clue keeper. And does Nancy have a true keeper? The true keeper? I love it. It is so sweet. It is so like, it's so soft. Hang on. I'm asking Spencer. Let me go back to the bad camera. Let me ask if there's anything that can be done. I like how I'm just pressing buttons and it's just taking them as suggestions. It's fine how it is. I'm gonna just put it on the, well, I want to put it back on the regular camera, and now it's just like, no. Oh god, Frozen is almost 10 years old. Our stream keeper. Hey, Spencer. I'm on live, but the camera is doing, it's not on right now, but it's doing things. It's doing the glitchy things. The camera is doing, it's not on, but it's doing the glitchy things. Well, it's on, but they're not seeing it. It's just it's doing that thing where like one of the cameras is constantly glitchy and it just gives you a headache looking at it. It's doing that thing.
I don't know how to fix that.
Okay, that's fair. We got stuff from Project Hope. I got a little, we got a mug. We got a cookie. There's a hoodie over there. There's a water bottle. Everybody say hi to Texas. Chat saying Spencer help, all in caps. We might be on our own for this one. This camera is working fine. That one's good.
If everything's plugged into the same USB, I don't know how to fix it. On the other computer, we fix it by moving the USB.
Fair point. Fair enough. I'm trying to get away with just using my webcam for tonight, but even that turned off because it was like, you turned me off. Screw you. And then this webcam, just because otherwise I'm a disembodied voice or I'm giving somebody a potential migraine. It's doing the really glitchy thing, and it's just like,
turn off that camera or unplug it. Will this camera work?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Everybody say hi to Spencer.
Hello.
Thanks anyway to the disembodied voice of Texarcist. Hello, Spencer. We require assistance. All right, let me unplug this. Which one is this one? If that does anything. Yeah. Ah, well, the camera stopped glitching. We might just have to live with this one for tonight. Just like old times, chat. There we go. Everybody's saying hello and yeah, I'll look into fixing it in the morning. Thank you. Good luck, have fun, don't die. Unplug the, we might just have to go without, we can either have top down or we can have this one. Hi, Spencer, you're an angel, somebody says. I'm just yelling messages from chat at him on his way out the door. Okay. For real, I can start reading. Bye, Spencer. This one. Yeah, I think we should keep this one too. Feels weird being a disembodied voice. Out of curiosity, if I plug this in, if I'm just running one at a time, does that work? Should I tempt fate? Who's to say? Don't you guys love watching me fix stream in real time? Nothing is breaking currently. Nothing is breaking currently. I'm just going to not touch anything. We became so meta that Avery would become our narrator. This is still better than school. Thank you. This is very chill. I'm glad it's very chill. I'm still getting used to, because Spencer's always telling me, like, he's much more, like, he knows much more about, like, stream than I do. And he's always like, he's always like, you know that, like, stream, you know, it can just be kind of like a hangout thing. Like, we don't have to be, like, you don't have to feel like every second has to be entertaining. I'm like, but it does, though. That's what we, it has to be a good stream. All right. Does anybody remember where we left off? Nothing is broken in Texorcist. He was walking into the door. It's his energy. What the hell is it? I could do the same thing 20 times and he'll come in and do the same thing once and be like, all you had to do was that. I'm like, I tried. Okay, anyway. We have opened our package. I still, that is the cutest thing ever. That is so sweet. Project Hope, thank you. You guys didn't have to do that. I'm never gonna be over this. This is adorable. It does need to be perfect. Most of us are here for you regardless. Oh, thank you, Paulo. I appreciate you. Well, does anybody remember? I'm not touching shit when it comes to the setup right now. Does anybody remember where we left off? Oh, and I started setting up a MySpace profile today. I was gonna make a short about it. I feel like that's very me to just be back on MySpace. Be like, hey guys, come hang out. Come be on MySpace with me. So I have MySpace friends. Where is... I'm trying to pull up my bingo. I'm very attached to the game of bingo that we've been playing. For those of you who weren't here last night, we were playing Nancy Drew bingo. And we still hadn't gotten bingo halfway through. Aha! Aha! Honestly, just chill talking to chat streams with no actual content would be just as fun for most of us. I've thought about doing like, okay, we just have like, we'll just talk about like, we'll just do a stream where we talk about like Disney movies or whatever. Just do like really, something really chill. No, Patrick didn't. Patrick wasn't here. We can't blame Patrick. Also, Patrick sent me 2 Saddle Club books that I got in the mail today. So, Saddle Club fans, watch out for that stream soon. The old days. Yep, I was in the process of doing it when I was like, oh, I should probably go eat dinner and then get ready for stream. Been so long since I wore a beanie. I'm just like, how does one beanie? Super cute. It's really comfy. Walking on. Oh, cats are so funny, aren't they? Wonder if we'll be visited by Perry since the visiting cats are not here, so she doesn't have anybody to harsh her vibe anymore, I guess. Club fans, giddy up! That was right there. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, we'll have to like start like where we do a scrapbook. Maybe we'll do like a scrapbook for like all the mysteries that we've solved, like the teen mystery books. Okay, I think when we left off the book last, by the way, they thought the house was being tapped. The chaos deity graces us with her presence. Me too. So she was telling Helen by writing notes to her saying that the house is probably being tapped. Go to the door if you see anything, run into the door and call the police. And then the chapter ended with her hearing Helen screaming for help. Like that was the end of the chapter. So we're picking up there. Chapter 11, An Elusive Ghost. Oh, that would be why things are... Hang on. We might not have desk cam back yet. Hidden animation? That's so cool. Go here for 1 second while I fix this. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Thanks for the recap. You're welcome. You're welcome. I kind of it was half for my own benefit because I was like, wait, where were we? I was like this morning. I was like, where did we actually leave off? I get really OCD, and then I'm like worried that we've like missed something. I'm gonna start at the wrong place. Cheers, cheers. No, I was just gone for a second. I was just unplugging something and plugging it back in, as you do. All right, whatever. Oh, this might buffer for 1 second, guys. No one panic. Everyone remain calm. Hi, I'm back. Might buffer for a second, and we never saw her again. Oh god. We've been banished to the void. Hey guys, sorry, I'm back. Click screen stream. No, MySpace is for everybody, but it's like you can like more personalize. Like you remember how you could have like music playing on your profile, so like everybody logged in and it was like, oh, here's the song that I'm listening to and or working on. Still better than Bell. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, misfiring. All right. Top-down camera is being difficult. Pretty sad about it. Oh well. Let's just start reading our book. Like something I've tried to do 14 different times and then kept having tech issues. It's the early 2000s. Well, funny you should mention that. MySpace is a thing. And I wanted to have a MySpace at least for the meme, just to be able to say that I had one. Whoop. Everyone feel free to join me on MySpace. All right. Oh yeah, we were gonna read a book. Yeah, sorry guys, especially if you're watching this back on VOD. We can rule MySpace. Yeah. We'll make headlines. We'll be the ones to bring MySpace back. All right, all right. Well, let me at least show you this since we can't see the book being read. I mean, there's no illustrations right now. I can show you and hold that up, I think. We'll figure it out. It's been a while since we haven't had that. Don't have MySpace, but I have Tumblr. Yeah. Tumblr was everybody thinks Tumblr's gone. It's not gone. All right. So, chapter 11. Let's do the thing. Actually, let me make this bigger, smaller, so that I can actually see this thing. There we go. I want to see my bingo card. All right. This I don't need anymore. This I don't need anymore. You know when you're like, oh, this I don't need anymore. You know when you're like you're doing like I was doing like another video and then I was like trying to clean out my phone because it wasn't charging and then I was like, wait, I don't need any of these tabs open. I'm good at tab managing. Ah! All right, chapter 11. Elusive Ghost. By the time Nancy reached the front hall, Tom Patrick, the police guard, sorry, I thought those were two people. I forgot Tom Patrick was the one singular guy. Tom Patrick, the police guard, had rushed into the house. Here I am, he called. What's the matter? Helen led the way into the living room and switched on the chandelier light. The sofa next to the fireplace, she said in a trembling voice. It moved. I saw it move. You mean somebody moved it? The detective asked. I don't know, Helen replied. I couldn't see anybody. Nancy walked over to the old-fashioned sofa, set in the niche alongside the fireplace. Certainly, the piece was in place now. If the ghost had moved it, it had returned the sofa to its original position. Tumblr. Oh, Tumblr. Tumblr was a vast wasteland of very interesting things, but then also very chaos. Very much chaos. Let's pull it out and see what we can find, Nancy suggested. She tugged at one end while the guard pulled the other. It occurred to Nancy that a person who moved it alone would have to be very strong. Do you think your ghost came up through a trap door or something? The detective asked. Neither of the girls replied. They had previously searched the area, and even now they looked over every inch of the floor and the three walls surrounding the high sides of the couch. They could detect nothing that looked like an opening. By this time, Helen looked sheepish. I guess I was wrong, she said finally. Turning to the police guard, she said, I'm sorry to have taken you away from your work. I don't feel too badly about it, but I'd better get back to my guard duty, the man said and left the house. Wouldn't it be funny if it came out that, like, Gaslight, like, stole the premise from this book? Narcissistic. Ah! What? 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 What's happened? Go back! Wait, go back! I want to get to my bingo card. No one needs to see the stream. There we go. Alright. I better get back to my guard duty. And left the house. Oh, Nancy, Helen cried out. I'm so sorry. She was about to say more, but Nancy put a finger to her lips. They could use the same strategy for trapping the thief at another time. In case the thief might be listening, Nancy did not want to give away their secret. Nancy felt that after all the uproar, the ghosts would not appear again that night. She motioned to Helen that they would go quietly upstairs and get some sleep. Hugging the walls of the stairway, once more they ascended noiselessly, tiptoed to their room, and got into bed. I'm certainly glad I didn't wake up Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary, said Helen sleepily, as she whispered goodnight. Oh, that made me yawn. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm here temporarily, but I'm here. Welcome, Milo. Don't feel too badly about it, but you should feel badly a little. What, to Helen? Poor Helen. Let's see. Oh, I'll keep losing my place. Though Nancy had been sure the ghost would not enter the mansion again that night, she discovered in the morning that she had been mistaken. More food had been stolen sometime between midnight and 8 o'clock when she and Helen started breakfast. Had the ghost taken it for personal use or only to worry the occupants of Twin Elms? I missed my chance this time, Nancy murmured to her friend. After this, I'd better not trust what the ghost's next move may be. She's just still calling it a ghost. I love it. At 9 o'clock, Hannah Gruen telephoned the house. Nancy happened to answer the ring, and after the usual greeting, was amazed to hear Hannah say, I'd like to speak to your father. My dad isn't here, Nancy told her. Don't you remember the telegram? He said he wasn't coming. He's not there? Hannah exclaimed. Oh, this is bad, Nancy, very bad. What do you mean, Hannah? Nancy asked fearfully. The housekeeper explained that soon after receiving the telegram on Tuesday evening, Mr. Drew himself had phoned. He wanted to know if you were still in Cliffwood, Nancy. When I told him yes, he said he would stop off there on his way home Wednesday. Nancy was frightened, but she asked steadily, Hannah, did you happen to mention the telegram to him? No, I didn't, the housekeeper replied. I didn't think it was necessary. Hannah, darling, said Nancy, almost on the verge of tears, I'm afraid the telegram was a hoax. A hoax, Mrs. Gruen cried out. Yes, Dad's enemy sent it to keep me from meeting him. Oh, Nancy, Hannah wailed. You don't suppose those enemies that Mr. Gomber warned you about have waylaid your father and kept him prisoner? Is he been kidnapped? I don't want him to be kidnapped, but if he's been kidnapped, that's our easiest way to victory with the bingo. Dual yawn, yep. I did it for effect so that you guys would be able to imagine Helen yawning. I'm afraid so, Nancy said. Her knees began to quake, and she sank into the chair alongside the telephone table. What do we do? Hannah asked. Do you want me to notify the police? Not yet. Let me do a little checking first. All right, Nancy, but let me know what happens. I will. Nancy put the phone down, then looked at various telephone directories which lay on the table. Finding one which contained River Heights numbers, she looked for the number. Oh my god. She looked for the number of the telegraph office and put in a call. She asked the clerk who answered to verify that there had been a telegram from Mr. Drew on Tuesday. After a few minutes' wait, the reply came. We have no record of such a telegram. Nancy thanked the clerk and hung up. By this time, her hands were shaking with fright. What had happened to her father? Getting control of herself, Nancy telephoned in turn to the airport, the railroad station, and the bus lines, which served Cliffwood. She inquired about any accidents which might have occurred on trips from Chicago the previous day or on Tuesday night. In each case, she was told there had been none. Oh, what shall it none from Chicago? I look at less people back on the road in 1930, I guess. In each case, she was told there had been none. Oh, what shall I do? Nancy thought in dismay. Immediately, an idea came to her, and she put in a call to the Chicago hotel where her father had registered. Although she thought it unlikely, it was just possible that he had changed his mind again and was still there. But a conversation with the desk clerk dashed this hope. No, Mr. Drew is not here. He checked out Tuesday evening. I don't know his plans, but I'll connect you with the head porter. He may be able to help you. In a few seconds, Nancy was asking the porter what he could tell her to help her clear up the mystery of her father's disappearance. All I know, miss, is that your father told me he was taking a sleeper train and getting off somewhere Wednesday morning to meet his daughter. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much, said Nancy. You've helped me a great deal. So her father had taken the train home and probably had reached the Cliffwood station. Next, she must find out what had happened to him after that. Not made it to the train. He didn't see him get on the train, but okay, I trust you, Nancy. Nancy told Aunt Rosemary and Helen what she had learned, then got in her convertible and drove directly to the Cliffwood station. There she spoke to the ticket agent. Unfortunately, she could not identify Mr. Drew from Nancy's description as having been among the passengers who got off either of the two trains arriving from Chicago on Wednesday. Ma'am, have you seen this man? He's my father. He's a very tired-looking lawyer. Every amateur sleuth ever. Yeah, because the police never are helpful. Nancy knows she's going to have to just do their job anyway. Let's see. Nancy went to speak to the taximan. Judging by the line of cabs, she decided that all the drivers who served the station were on hand at the moment. There had been no outgoing trains for nearly an hour, and an incoming express was due in about 15 minutes. I'm in luck, the young detective told herself. Nancy, it's just a meme. It's just that Simpsons meme, but it's Nancy. I'm in danger. The young detective told herself, surely one of these men must have driven Dad. She went from one to another, but each of them denied having carried a passenger of Mr. Drew's description the day before. By this time, Nancy was in a panic. She hurried inside the station to a telephone booth and called the local police station. Nancy asked to speak to the captain in a moment, in a moment he came on the line. Captain Rosslyn speaking, he said crisply. Nancy poured out her story. She told of the warning her father had received in River Heights and her fear that some enemy of his was now detaining the lawyer against his will. This is very serious, Miss Drew, Captain Rosslyn stated. I will put men on the case at once, he said. This isn't woman's work, you see. As Nancy left the phone booth, a large gray-haired woman walked up to her. Pardon me, miss, but I couldn't help overhearing what you said. I believe maybe I can help. I can help you. Nancy was surprised and slightly suspicious. Maybe this woman was connected with the abductors and planned to make Nancy a prisoner too by promising to take her to her father. She's only on her second case and she's already so skeptical. Go back here. I don't need to keep looking at the bingo card until we get something. All right. Don't look so frightened, the woman said, smiling. All I wanted to tell you is that I'm down here at the station every day to take a train to the next town. I'm a nurse, and I'm on a case over there right now. I see, Nancy said. Well, yesterday I was here when the Chicago train came in. I noticed a tall, handsome man, such as you described your father to be, step off the train. He got into the taxi driven by a man named Harry. I have a feeling that for some reason, the cabbie isn't telling the truth. Let's talk to him. I was about to say the cabbie could be lying. We don't know that we can trust them all. Also, I like to think that this random woman has like a sleepless or a while you were sleeping moment with Carson Drew. She just randomly sees him going to the train. Nancy just seems to generally be the kind that everyone is a suspect. Yeah, she was raised by a lawyer, so like she's got to think of all the angles. Eve metal singing voice. That's funny. Listening to 80s on 8 with my mom in the car today. Listening to the Cars. That was fun. Nancy followed the woman, her heart beating furiously. She was ready to grab at any straw to get a clue to her father's whereabouts. Hello, Miss Skade, the taximan said. How are you today? Oh, I'm all right, the nurse responded. Listen, Harry, you told this young lady that you didn't carry any passenger yesterday that looked like her father. Now, I saw one get into your cab. What about it? Harry hung his head. Listen, miss, he said to Nancy, I got 3 kids, and I don't want nothing to happen to 'em, you see? You see? We're in the 1930s now. What do you mean? Nancy asked, puzzled. When the man did not reply, Miss Scade said, Now look, Harry, the girl's afraid that her father has been kidnapped. It's up to you to tell her all you know. Kidnapped? The taxi man shouted. Oh, good night. Now I don't know what to do. Nancy had a sudden thought. Has somebody been threatening you, Harry? She asked. I would assume so, yes. The cab driver's eyes nearly popped from his head. Well, he said, since you've guessed it, I'd better tell you everything I know. He went on to say that he had taken a passenger who fitted Mr. Drew's description toward Twin Elms, where he had said he wanted to go. Just as we were leaving the station, 2 other men came up and jumped into my cab. They said they were going a little further than that, and would I take them? Well, about halfway to Twin Elms, one of the men ordered me to pull up to the side of the road and stop. He told me the stranger had blacked out. He and his buddy jumped out of the car and laid the man on the grass. How ill was he? Nancy asked. I don't know. He was unconscious. Just then, another car came along behind us and stopped. The driver got out and offered to take your father to a hospital. The 2 men said okay. Nancy took heart. Maybe her father was in a hospital and had not been abducted at all. What a horrible thought. But a moment later, her hopes were again dashed when Harry said, I told those guys I'd be glad to drive the sick man to a hospital, but one of them turned to me and shook his fist and yelled, You just forget everything that's happened, or it'll be too bad for you and your kids. That's how I imagine him sounding in my head. Oh, Nancy cried out, and for a second everything seemed to swim before her eyes. She clutched the door handle of the taxi for support. There was no question now that her father had been drugged, then kidnapped. All right, we can check kidnapped. Let's check kidnapped. My theme song. But not as sexy. All right, chat, what have we learned? We can check off kidnapping. We are almost to bingo. We've checked off like 10 things on this thing. On this thing. That's a sentence. Okay. So here's this. We can check off kidnapping. If we get a farm, we're scot-free. We just have to find a farm somewhere. Or we could find a grumpy old person. There could be elder abuse, which I hope there isn't, and then a secret code somewhere. The fact that we have checked off this many and still haven't gotten anything is annoying. Will you still be kidnapped as an adult? Aren't you just abducted at that point? I think kidnapping has just become a colloquial term. I have, in all seriousness, I have heard local police departments talking about disappearances of adults as kidnappings. It's just something that we say now, I guess. Right. The newspaper clue, chapter 12. Ms. Scade grabbed Nancy. Do you feel ill? The nurse asked quickly. Oh, I'll be all right, Nancy replied. This news has been a great shock to me. Is there any way I can help you? The woman questioned. I'd be very happy to. Thank you, but I guess not, the young sleuth said, smiling ruefully. She added, But I must get busy and do something about this. The nurse suggested that perhaps Mr. Drew was in one of the local hospitals. She gave Nancy the names of the 3 in town. I'll get in touch with them at once, the young detective said. You've been the most kind, and here comes your train. Miss Scade, goodbye, and again, thanks a million for your help. Harry climbed out of the taxi and went to stand at the platform to signal passengers for his cab. Nancy hurried after him, and before the train came in, he asked if he would please give her a description of the 2 men who had been with her father. Well, both of them were dark and kind of athletic looking. Not what I'd call handsome. Oof, but they did kidnap somebody. One of them had an upper tooth missing, and the other fellow, his left ear was kind of crinkled, if you know what I mean. I understand, Nancy said. I'll give a description of the two men to the police. She went back to the telephone booth and called each of the 3 hospitals asking if anyone by the name of Carson Drew had been admitted, or possibly a patient who was not conscious and had no identification. Only Mercy Hospital had a patient who had been unconscious since the day before. He definitely was not Mr. Drew. He was Chinese. Oh, Mr. Drew is not Chinese. That is a fair point. Kidnapping is the act of taking someone away against their will. If you cross state lines, it's federal offense. Yep. Kidnapping is just slang that just means abduction now, I think. Where did I leave off? Ah, okay. Sure. Now that her father was being held in some secret hiding place, Nancy went at once to police headquarters and related the taximan's story. Captain Rosslyn looked extremely concerned. This is alarming, Miss Drew, he said, but I feel sure we can trace the fellow with the crinkly ear, and we'll make him tell us where your father is. I doubt, though, that there's anything you can do. You'd better leave it to the police. Nancy said nothing. She was reluctant to give up even trying to do something, but she acquiesced. She is disinclined to acquiesce your request. In the meantime, said the officer, I'd advise you to remain at Twin Elms and concentrate on solving the mystery there. From what you tell me about your father, I'm sure he'll be able to get out of the difficulty himself, even before the police find him. He's probably right, but still. Aloud, Nancy promised to stay on call in case Captain Rosslyn might need her. But in her own mind, the young sleuth determined that if she got any kind of lead concerning her father, she was most certainly going to follow it up. Nancy left police headquarters and strolled up the street deep in thought. Instead of things getting better, all my problems seem to be getting worse. Maybe I better call Hannah. Oof, poor Nancy. Since she had been a little girl, Nancy had found solace in talking to Hannah Gruen. The housekeeper had always been able to give her such good advice. Nancy went into a drugstore and entered one of the telephone booths. She called the Drew home in River Heights and was pleased when Mrs. Gruen answered. The housekeeper was aghast to learn Nancy's news, but said she thought the Captain Rosslyn's advice was sound. You've given the police the best leads in the world, and I believe this is all you can do. But wait, the housekeeper suddenly said. You've already done their job for them, sweetie. Let them handle the rest of it from here on out. Let them try to do their job one time. All right. So every time you move a person to a different location legally, that's another count of kidnapping. Yeah, that is true. It used to be in a lot of places you couldn't formally report a kidnapping for 24 to 48 to sometimes 72 hours after they had been taken. And obviously that's been overruled now because they realize how stupid that is. Because those first few hours or days are definitely the most important in finding somebody. But yeah, that used to be a thing up until very, very recently. If I were you, Nancy, I'd call up those railroad lawyers and tell them exactly what has happened. Your father's disappearance is directly concerned with that bridge project. I'm sure, and the lawyers may have some ideas about where to find him. That's a wonderful suggestion, Hannah, said Nancy. I'll call them right away. But when the young detective phoned the railroad lawyers, she was disappointed to learn that all the men were out to lunch and none of them would return before 2 o'clock. Oh dear, Nancy sighed. Well, I guess I'd better get a snack while waiting for them to come back. I guess I better eat something while I'm waiting for everybody else to do their job. But in her worried state, she did not feel like eating. There was a food counter at the rear of the drugstore, and Nancy made her way to it. What a 1930s thing. I wish we still had that. Perching on a high-backed stool, she read the menu over and over. Nothing appealed to her. When the counterman asked her what she wanted, Nancy said frankly she did not know. She was not very hungry. Then I recommend our split pea soup, he told her. It's homemade and out of this world. Nancy smiled at him. I'll take your advice and try it. The hot soup was delicious. By the time she had finished it, Nancy's spirits had risen considerably. Nancy's like, this might as well happen. Like Criminal Minds or Law and Order. I also used to watch Criminal Minds with my parents. And I'm one of those. I'm kind of a true crime junkie these days, so most of what I know is from like real cases. the real cases where it's just like, oh no, this is so scary, but also important to learn about, I guess. Watch too much SVU. I know about crimes. What we're saying is we all know about crimes, so we could form our own Mystery Inc. gang. And how about some custard pie? The counterman inquired. It's just like Mother used to make. Ooh, Nancy's mom died. That's probably not good. That's probably not a good thing, but he doesn't know what he's saying. All right, Nancy answered, smiling at the solicitous young man. The pie was ice cold and proved to be delicious. When Nancy finished eating it, she glanced at her wristwatch. It was only 1:30. Seeing a rack of magazines, she decided to while away the time reading in her car. She purchased a magazine of detective stories, one of which proved to be so intriguing that the half hour went by quickly. Promptly at 2 o'clock, Nancy returned to the phone booth and called the office of the railroad lawyers. The switchboard operator connected her with Mr. Anthony Barradale, and Nancy judged from his voice that he was fairly young. Quickly, she told her story. Mr. Drew being held prisoner. I don't know, when she said fairly young, that's what I pictured. I pictured like that teenage character from Simpsons that like works at the amusement park and is like, oh, I'm gonna be late for math class. Sorry. Well, those underhanded property owners are certainly going to get lengths to gain a few dollars. Are certainly going to great lengths to gain a few dollars. Mr. Barradell cried out. Sorry. Police are working on the case, but I thought perhaps your firm would like to take a hand also, Nancy told the lawyer. Well, Nancy's working the case, and the cops they're there. We certainly will, the young man replied. I'll speak to your senior partner about it. I know he will want... I'll speak to our senior partner about it. I'll know he'll want to start work at once on the case. He'll want to start work on the case at once. Thank you, said Nancy. She gave the address and telephone number of Twin Elms and asked that the lawyers get in touch with her there if any news should break. We'll do that, Mr. Barringdale promised. Nancy left the drugstore and walked back to her car. Climbing in, she wondered what her next move ought to be. One thing is sure, she thought. Work is the best antidote for worry. I'll get back to Twin Elms and do some more sleuthing there. How very Virgo of Nancy. Hey, Kellen. I'll check chat and I'll read chat messages in just 1 second. Let me finish this chapter. As she drove along, Nancy reflected about the ghost entering Twin Elms Mansion by a subterranean passage. Since she had found no sign of one in any of the outbuildings, on the estate, it occurred to her that possibly it led from an obscure cave, either natural or man-made. Such a device would be a clever artifice for an architect to use. Taking a little used road that ran along one side of the estate, Nancy recalled having seen a long grassed over hillock, which she had assumed to be an old aqueduct. There we go. Perhaps this was actually the hidden entrance to Twin Elms. She parked the car at the side of the road and took a flashlight from the glove compartment. In anticipation of finding the answer to the riddle, not Riddler, it's not Batman, although that would be funny if it was Nancy and Batman. Nancy crossed the field, and as she came along closer to the beginning of the huge mound, she could see stones piled up. Getting nearer, she realized that this was it, indeed, and the entrance to a rocky cave. Well, maybe this time I found it, she thought, hurrying forward. The wind was blowing strongly and tossed her hair about her face. Suddenly, a freakish gust swept a newspaper from amongst the rocks and scattered the pages, helter-skelter. Now that song's going to be in my head. Hey, everybody coming in. We are reading through Nancy Drew, The Hidden Staircase, second Nancy Drew book ever made. I keep trying to play to this camera that is not currently on. Sorry. I'll try again to fix it in a second, but I wanted to get some actual reading done. More excited than ever, the newspaper meant a human being had been there not too long ago. The front page sailed toward her. As she grabbed it up, she saw to her complete astonishment, that the paper was a copy of the River Heights Gazette. The date was the Tuesday before. Someone interested in River Heights has been here recently, the young sleuth said to herself excitedly. Who was this person? Her father? Gomber? Who? Wondering if the paper might contain any clue, Nancy dashed around to pick up all the sheets, and as she spread them out on the ground, she noticed a hole in the page where classified ads appeared. This may be a very good clue, Nancy thought. As soon as I get back to the house, I'll call Hannah and have her look up Tuesday's paper to see what was in that ad. It suddenly occurred to Nancy that the person who had brought the paper to the cave might be inside this very moment. She must watch her step. She might prove to be an enemy. This may be where Dad is being held a prisoner, Nancy thought wildly. Flashlight in hand and her eyes darting intently about, Nancy proceeded cautiously into the cave. 5 feet, 10, she saw no one. 15 more, 20. Then Nancy met a dead end. The empty cave was almost completely round and had no other opening. Oh dear, another failure, Nancy told herself, disappointed. As she retraced her steps, my only hope now is to learn something important from the ad in the paper. Nancy walked back across the field. Her eyes were down as she automatically looked for footprints, but presently she looked up and stared in disbelief. A man was standing alongside her car, examining it. His back was half turned toward Nancy, so she could not see his face very well, but he had an athletic build and his left ear was definitely crinkly. I'm just not over the description of his ear was crinkly. And they had to add unlawful imprisonment to the charges. Yeah. If you use a gun, it's assault with a deadly weapon. I used to love the crime shows like Criminal Minds, Law and Order. I don't know that much about crime other than with G. Rush Blanchard, Nick. Oh, yep, that case. That case was a lot. Like the only case I've ever followed or read exclusively about. I have a few. Right now I'm following the Alec Murdaugh case pretty closely just because it's fascinating how messed up it is. The first case I ever followed was back in middle school, was when Casey Anthony was happening. So I was like, that's what started me becoming obsessed with true crime, because it was like, what do you mean she's getting acquitted? What does that mean? You consider it a vacation. Everyone has everyone's day going. Mine has been weirdly good. That's good, Kellen. I'm glad to hear that. I'm good. My day's been good, except for chat will tell you I'm having a fight with this particular camera specifically. Oop, that's not what I wanted. This card. Ooh. Works is fascinating to me. It's just I'm such a nerd about forensics, and I just want to understand like how they manage to bring people to justice. I think that's super interesting, and I think there's a lot of cases that fall through the cracks. So I'm just always like, I love when I find a case that I am invested in, I will read like everything I can about it. Oh, nice. That fixes it. I'm gonna be happy, but I'm also just gonna be so disappointed. Holy shit. I had the wrong, it had gotten unplugged. So guys, we have this camera back. I now have to, as you can see, flip it so that it's not upside down. But we have it back, so that's progress. Mindhunters was a great show about those types of people. I did watch some Mindhunters. I didn't watch all of it. And then I got to a while ago, I actually got to stand in on a show that was all about the woo, it's back. It was all about the Unabomber. So I learned like a lot about the case just from like being there and being like reading about it on my own, and then just like hearing people talk about it on set. That was really fun. Saw a glitch. It's just the one. I'm gonna try my cookie. I wonder what kind of cookie it is. It looks like a sugar cookie. I'm so like I almost feel bad eating it. Look at how pretty this is. It's a little snowman. God, the desk has stuff. The desk needs to be cleaned off. So just stop, camera. Don't you dare. What did we say? Grew up very, very fascinated by old school murder mysteries like Murder, She Wrote, Monk, Diagnosis Murder, all the good stuff. Be sacrilegious if I dipped it in the hot chocolate, is my question. Comment. Cookies work about. Isn't it beautiful? Here, I'm gonna hold it up so I can make sure to grab some screenshots later and preserve the memory. You don't have to feel weird about leaving more than one comment. If you're free to leave as many comments as you would like to. Any engagement is going to be helpful for the video, and I like hearing from you guys. So sacrilegious, it's such a pretty cookie. Yeah, I love when people leave comments. Especially as a small creator. I remember the days early on in the channel, I would post a video and I would be lucky if it got 10 views and any comments at all. I was just like, I'm just so grateful that I know that I'm at a point where I know that if I post content, someone will see it and engage with it. Like, that is something I'm truly grateful for. I'll never be like, oh, I can't believe you've left all these comments. Everybody in chat is nice and doesn't leave, you know, weird or creepy comments. So I love hearing from all you guys. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah. It is a random thing that has seemed to unite everybody. It's been a while since I've seen something that everybody can agree on. Everybody agrees that they hate it, but everybody can agree on it. Which is a nice feeling in a way. Not watching the show, but just knowing that we're all united against something. I'm afraid something's gonna happen to this, so I'm gonna prop it up somewhere. Explaining for further listeners on last night's video. I mean, if you feel so inclined, don't feel like I will stop you in any way. Okay, I'm gonna put the I'm putting the clue keeper here for safekeeping so that nothing happens to it. Not that I don't know what I think is gonna happen, but you never know. All right, chapter 13, the crash, guys. I shouldn't be this excited. It's okay. It's fine because like it's Nancy Drew, so you know nobody's actually going to like. There's not going to be like any major character death. Too unpredictable. The capuchin monkeys are cute. But do you remember that story about that lady who got attacked by her pet chimpanzee? I have always been not scared of like monkeys, but definitely like very against owning any of them ever since that happened when I was a kid, and I was just like, what? Not the cute little monkey. Car trouble might be a thing. It won't get us to bingo, but it will be a thing. It was really awful. There's a Kendall Ray did a video on the whole situation, and it's heartbreaking, honestly. It's just so it's so much. I feel so bad. That scared the shit out of me. That's right. You're right. I misspoke. It wasn't hers. It was the neighbor's. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was the neighbor's. The lady who owned the chimpanzee was not the one that got attacked. Her neighbor was the one that got attacked. Yeah. I've been afraid of monkeys, but especially chimpanzees. Restless, it did so much today. Okay, bye. Instead of like exhausted. You have ADHD? It sounds like that could be the, if you do, that makes sense for the hyperactivity thing. If not, you're probably just got a lot of adrenaline going on. So glad I got this camera back on before I got to an illustration so I can show you guys. See, nope, I have not. Is it good? Oh yeah, I do. Okay, I was gonna say I don't want to be one of those people that's like, I'm gonna try to diagnose you on the internet as a stranger on the internet, but also, I can very much relate to that feeling at night of just like, I've done so much. Why can't I sleep? I truly hate people who choose to own dangerous exotic pets. Yeah, it's really, really bad for a number of reasons. You're not just putting your life at risk, at risk with everyone around you as well. Yeah, it's just, and it's not the animal's fault either. The animal doesn't know better. The animal isn't meant to be in captivity like they're a human person. So it's just like you're just putting everybody in a terrible situation. These would be like having a highly agile, never going to be potty trained toddler for the next 30 years. Did you guys see what's that guy's name? The YouTuber, the engineer YouTuber, the one that was like he made a video that was called Adopting a Raccoon to See If I'm Ready to Be for Fatherhood. Hey, Late Horror Show. Good evening. We are getting into chapter 13 of The Hidden Staircase. There's a tiny part of me that's like, camera, don't you do it. There's a tiny part of me that's like, if I ever did like sleep aid videos, I would just pull out like all of these like novels that I've collected and just being like, I'm just gonna read you a chapter quietly so that everybody can go to sleep. A popular book in the series. Yes, I was saying last night, this is one of the more famous ones because it's only the second one ever written, but it's it originated a lot of the kind of tropes that went on to be staples of Nancy Drew. Came out in 1930 along with the first and the third book, and Bess and George don't exist in this one yet, and Ned doesn't exist in this one yet. Very early in the series. You shouldn't consider having children. It's a very funny video. It is a hilarious video. Some desire to be special or cool and have a special pet. Yeah, just get a cat. Just get a cat. Just get a goldfish. You don't need to have a chimpanzee. Give me palpitations. Yeah, what do they call him? I already had a fear of... Oh my gosh, so funny. Not that you had palpitations. All right, let's see. Chapter 13. The stranger, inspecting Nancy's car, must have heard her coming. Without turning around, he dodged back of the automobile and started off across the field in the opposite direction. He certainly acts suspiciously. He must be the man with the crinkly ear who helped abduct my father, Nancy thought excitedly. What a sentence. That's a new sentence. In 1930, I guess it's been around since 1930, but that is a sentence that had never been spoken before. Quickly, she crossed the road and ran after him as fast as she could, hoping to overtake him. But the man had had a good head start. Also, his stride was longer than Nancy's, and he could cover more ground in the same amount of time. The far corner of the irregular-shaped field ended at the road on which Riverview Manor stood. When Nancy reached the highway, she was just in time to see the stranger leap into a parked car and dive off. The young detective was exasperated. She had only a glimpse of the man's profile. If she could have seen him full face or caught the license plate number of his car. I wonder if he's if he's the one who dropped the newspaper, she asked herself. Maybe he's from River Heights. She surmised that the man himself was not one of the property owners, but might have been hired by Willie Wharton. I almost said Wheaton, and then it would have been Will Wheaton, which he wasn't born yet. Or one of the owners to help abduct Mr. Drew. I'd better hurry to a phone and report this, Nancy thought. She ran all the way back across the field, stepped into her own car, turned it around, and headed for Twin Elms. When Nancy arrived, she sped to the telephone in the hall and dialed Cliffwood Police Headquarters. In a moment, she was talking to the captain and gave him her latest information. It certainly looks as if you picked up a good clue, Miss Drew, the officer remarked. I'll send out an alarm immediately to have this man picked up. I suppose there's no news of my father, Nancy said. I'm afraid not, but a couple of our men talked to the taxi driver, Harry, and he gave us a pretty good description of the man who came along the road while your father was lying unconscious on the grass. The one who offered to take him to the hospital. What did he look like? Nancy asked. The officer described the man as being in his early 50s, short and rather heavy-set. He had shifty pale blue eyes. It's shifty eyes. I didn't trust the guy. Well, Nancy replied, I can think of several men who would fit that description. Did he have any outstanding characteristics? Harry didn't notice anything, except the fellow's hands didn't look as if he did any kind of physical work. The taximan said they were kind of soft and pudgy. I don't know why I said it like that. Well, that culminates all the men wait. That's not the word. Sorry. That eliminates. It was printed weird. I had to look at it for a second. That eliminates all the men I know who are short, heavy-set, and have pale blue eyes. None of them has hands like that. It'll be a good identifying feature, the police officer remarked. Well, I guess I'd better get that alarm out. This is 1930. Everybody's like, this guy doesn't, like, do manual labor like we all have to do because it's the Great Depression? Screw that guy. We'll be able to find him in no time. Meanwhile, I have a cushy at-home job. Nancy said goodbye and put down the phone. She waited several seconds for the line to clear, then picked up the instrument again and called Hannah Gruen. Before Nancy lay the sheet of newspaper from which the advertisement had been torn. Drew Residence, said a voice on the phone. Hello, Hannah. This is Nancy. How are you, dear? Any news? Mrs. Gruen asked. Quickly. I haven't found Dad yet, the young detective replied, and the police haven't either, but I've picked up a couple of clues. Nancy's gonna find him before the police. We all know that. There's a picture. Tell me about them, the housekeeper requested excitedly. Nancy told her about the man with the crinkly ear and said that she was sure that the police would soon capture him. They probably won't. If he'll only talk, we may find out where Dad is being held. Oh, I hope so, Hannah sighed. Don't get discouraged, Nancy. At this point, Helen came into the hall, and as she passed Nancy on her way to the stairs, smiled at her friend. I love how Helen's just like, you're doing amazing, sweetie. The young sleuth was about to ask Hannah to get the Drews' Tuesday copy of the River Heights Gazette when she heard a cracking noise overhead. Immediately, she decided the ghost might be at work again. Hannah, I'll call you back later, Nancy said and put down the phone. She had no sooner done this than Helen screamed, Nancy, run! The ceiling! She herself started for the front door. Nancy looked up, saw a tremendous crack in the ceiling just above the girl's head. The next instant, the whole ceiling crashed down on them. They were thrown to the floor. Oh, Helen moaned. She was covered with lath and plaster and had been hit hard on the head, but she managed to call from under the debris. Nancy, are you all right? There was no answer. The whole ceiling crashed down on them. This is a picture. Very, very bad day for the girls. That song, Hail. I'll look it up. A tremendous noise had brought Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary on a run from the kitchen. They stared in horror at the scene before them. Nancy lay unconscious, and Helen seemed too dazed to move. Oh my, Miss Flora exclaimed. She and Aunt Rosemary began stepping over the lath and plaster, which by now had filled the air with dust. They sneezed again and again, but made their way forward nevertheless. Miss Flora reached Helen's side and started pulling aside chunks of broken plaster and lath. Finally, she helped her great-granddaughter to her feet. Oh, my dear, you're hurt, she said solicitously. Can't say that word. Solicitously. I'll be all right in a minute, Helen insisted, choking with the dust. But Nancy, Aunt Rosemary had already reached the unconscious girl. With lightning speed, she threw aside the debris, which almost covered Nancy. Whipping a handkerchief from her pocket, she gently laid it over Nancy's face so that she would not breathe in any more of the dust. Helen, do you feel strong enough to help me carry Nancy into the library? She asked. I'd like to lay her on the couch there. Oh, yes, Aunt Rosemary. Do you think Nancy is badly hurt? She asked worriedly. I hope not. At the moment Nancy stirred, her arm moved upward and she pulled the handkerchief from her face. She blinked several times as if unable to recall where she was. You'll be all right, Nancy, said Aunt Rosemary kindly. But I don't want you to breathe this dust. Please, keep the handkerchief over your nose. She took it from Nancy's hand, and once more laid it across the girl's nostrils and mouth. It was probably terrifying to wake up from being unconscious and be like, there's something obstructing my breathing. That's not good. In a moment, Nancy smiled warmly, or wanly. I remember now. The ceiling fell down. Yes, Helen said. It knocked you out for a few moments. I hope you're not hurt. Miss Flora, who was still sneezing, Nancy just has like a giant bump on her head. She's like, oh no, Helen, I'm fine. No harm, no foul. Just went unconscious there for a second. Miss Flora, who was still sneezing violently, insisted that they all get out of the dust at once. She began stepping across the piles of debris, with Helen helping her. When they reached the library door, the elderly woman went inside. Helen returned to help Nancy, but by this time, her friend was standing up and leaning on Aunt Rosemary's arm. She was able to make her way across the hill to the library. Aunt Rosemary suggested calling a doctor, but Nancy said this would not be necessary. Thankfully, you girls weren't seriously hurt, Miss Flora said. What a dreadful thing this is. Do you think the ghost is responsible? Her daughter replied at once. No, I don't, Mother. You will recall that for some time we have had a leak in the hall whenever it rained. The last time we had a storm, the whole ceiling was soaked. I think that weakened plaster all fell on its own accord. Miss Flora remarked that a new ceiling would be a heavy expense for them. Oh dear, more troubles all the time, but I still don't want to part with my home. Nancy, whose faculties by now were completely restored, said with a hint of a smile, well, there's one worry you might not have to have any more, Miss Flora. What's that? Mr. Gomber, said Nancy, may not be so interested in buying this property when he sees what happened. Oh, I don't know, Aunt Rosemary spoke up. He's pretty persistent. Nancy said she felt all right now and suggested that she and Helen start cleaning up the hall. Miss Flora would not hear of this. Rosemary and I are going to help, she said determinedly. I like Miss Flora. Curtains were brought from the cellar, and one after the other was filled with debris. After it had all been carried outdoors, mops and dust cloths were brought into use. With an hour Within an hour, all the gritty plaster dust had been removed. The weary workers had just finished the job when the telephone rang. Nancy, being closest to the instrument, answered it. Hannah Gruen was calling. Nancy, what's happened? She asked. I've been waiting over an hour for you to call me back. What's the matter? Oh, poor Hannah. Between Nancy and Carson, she's just like, what the hell, you guys? Nancy gave her all the details. What's going to happen to you next? The housekeeper exclaimed. The young sleuth laughed. Something good, I hope. She asked Hannah to look for her copy of the River Heights Gazette of the Tuesday before. In a few moments, the housekeeper brought it to the phone, and Nancy asked her to turn it to page 14. That has the classified ads, she said. Now, tell me what the ad is right in the center of the page. Do you mean the one about used cars? That must be it, Nancy replied. That's not in my paper. Hannah Gruen said it was an ad for Aikens, a used car dealer. He's at 24 Main Street in Hancock. And now Turn the page and tell me what ad is on the back of it, Nancy requested. It's a story about a school picnic, Hannah told her. Does either one of them help you? Yes, Hannah, I believe you've given me just the information I wanted. This may prove to be valuable. Thanks a lot. After Nancy had finished the call, she started to dial police headquarters, then changed her mind. The ghost might be hiding somewhere in the house to listen, or if he had installed a microphone at various points of the conversation, any conversation could be picked up and recorded on a machine a distance away. It would be wiser for me to discuss the whole matter in person with the police, I'm sure, Nancy decided. Divulging her destination only to Helen, she told the others she was going to drive downtown but would not be gone long. You're sure you feel able? Aunt Rosemary asked her. I'm perfectly fine, Nancy insisted. She set off in the convertible, hopeful that through the clue of the used car dealer, the police might be able to pick up the name of one of the suspects. They can track him down and through that man locate my father. End of chapter. All right, I've missed things in chat. What are we doing? What's happening, chat? Rescue in their bio. Everyone will just believe them, even though they have video footage of wild animals inside a house eating that aren't their natural diet, interacting with other animals, shouldn't be interacting with, etc. I have not seen Megan yet. What animal inside of a house ever that's not a real rescue or rehab? I mean, I'm not an expert. I'm sure that's correct. I don't know. I guess it depends. Like maybe there are some smaller animals that are more like they're never going to be released into the wild, and so they're more tame and able to be inside. I don't know. I don't know anything about animal rescue. I've never worked animal rescue. Well, I've worked I volunteered at my local shelter, but that's just like cats, dogs. I've never done like wild animal rescue. Tell us how Megan is. I'm interested. Be seeing Megan the weekend. Ooh, your 11-year-old is a little bit braver than I am. Big on horror. I can't stand the cheap jump scare. See, I'm too susceptible to I'm a very like anxious emotional person, so I get you get the reaction that you want out of me. I'm a very good audience member, and I will fall for the jump scare even if I know it's coming. Just know how bad it is. I'll only watch it if it's bad. I kind of want to know that it's like ridiculously bad. You know? Horror is so much more than cheap jump. I mean, yeah, there is a lot of horror that's not cheap jump scares. I think, but there is like that persistent type of horror, I guess. Everyone has to like horror, but I do expect people to at least respect it. Oh no, it is a very respectable genre. There is a lot that's kind of. I feel like we went through a era in the mid 2000s to mid 2010s where we got a lot of really like cheap jump scare type of horror because it was cheap to make and everybody was obsessed with like paranormal activity movies. Here's your cheap, lack of imagination. Plenty of horror films that don't rely on them. I mean, like a good jump scare when it's clever. You know what I mean? Like I'm more of a suspense and thrills kind of girl. But I'm all for like Haunting of Hill House had some pretty good jump scares where I was like, you know what? I'll give it to them. That was a good one. Old horror like cat people. Well, have fun, Milo. Follow when I'm back or next stream if not. We should be doing some form of stream tomorrow. Hopefully we'll finally be able to do a game show stream. And obviously we'll hopefully get to do that more often if we are able to do it and we like it. But Keepers and the House of the Devil are fun and super suspenseful. Yeah. Think what are movies that I like? I'm really into Del Toro stuff. I always reference clocks going off. It always gets me. Talking about horror movies, I was like, what is that sound? Always reference Crimson Peak as a favorite of mine. Also, an underrated like remake of horror that I feel like nobody really talks about is what was it, like 2012's Woman in Black. It was like Daniel Radcliffe's like first thing after Harry Potter. I feel like that one was also like a nice slow burn Victorian type deal. I'm really big into like gothic horror. I love a good period piece. One of my parents, one of their favorite horror movies is The Others. Nicole Kidman. Yeah, Kidman. I'll still let the 11-year-old field test them for me. Be like, honey, tell me if this one is mom appropriate. And report back, please. Love you. Girl staircase. That's more suspense than horror, I guess. Yeah. BRB dinner. BRB. It's a lot of horror movies when I was way too young. I've told the story about seeing The Exorcist in like middle school. I saw The Shining probably around the same time. It's supposed to be a love song, but it just makes me think of The Telltale Heart. Well, it's very long. I hope at least a few of these people are here for the. And I don't theater to be crowded for Megan. Oof. Can't have the crowded theaters. The possibility of COVID. Yeah, I don't like. I hate crowds because I'm a very petite person and I get pushed around a lot. Like when I go to concerts, I love concerts, but I also always get pushed. And last time, I got accidentally yeeted into the mosh pit against my will. Uncanny Valley. I think that's what they were going for, Hale. I think that's the like fear factor in it, which gets me because we all know how I feel about puppets and dolls. Crowds are blech. It basically looks like the Chucky for girls. Hopefully it's just as bad. Okay, that's a question. What's a so bad it's good horror movie? I will always be a fan of movies that are just horror movies that are so campy I cannot take them seriously, but they are just genuinely hilarious to me. The Nun, hilariously bad movie. Also, this might be controversial if I say it's hilariously bad, but it's I can never take this movie seriously, and its sequel is known as one of the worst horror movies ever made, and that's Pet Sematary. Like really depressing, and then like when it's supposed to be getting really scary, it just gets really camp, and you're like, what the hell is happening? Mission and this concert is so good. Yay, Patrick, I'm glad you're having fun. Mary Poppins sing along. Yay! I love Mary Poppins. Nesme prototype doll for a horror film, and Megan seems like close to. You're right, it does have Renesmee vibes. Very funny. Preview start. Thanks for staying with us, Milo. Saw The Others with my mom and sister at the theater. Good memories. I saw The Others for the first time when I was like 8. Thinking back, it's probably no wonder that I've had so many night terrors my whole life. Wes made those, I think. Mike Flanagan did make Haunting of Hill House. We also made Doctor Sleep. I actually got to work on Haunting of Hill House. I did some stand-in work there. Mike Flanagan, super cool. Really respect him. Really good director. Series on Netflix, whatever it's called. Yes. Oh, Hill House. I never saw the second season. I was like, I didn't work that one, so it's fine. No, I'm just kidding. I just never saw it. Horror movies is The Last Exorcism. I want everyone else in the world to watch it. I have not seen it, but I should. Midnight Mass, yes. Midnight Mass I haven't seen either. Every bad shark movie, so like Sharknado. I've never seen any of the Sharknado movies either. Very good but slow. Yeah, it's from what I've heard, it's a very good, very slow burn if you're into that. Shark. The Nick Cage B movie, not the bees. Oh, what is that movie called? Everybody memes that movie. God awful, but it's so entertaining for how bad it is, isn't it? Another really really hilariously bad movie, The Happening, that M. Night Shyamalan movie where the trees are killing them. I think it was the trees. Cemetery is just so funny as a he is it's so sad. That Cemetery starts off so depressing because it's like, oh, their cat died and then their kid died and then the kid as a murderer, as an undead murderer, I don't know, it makes me laugh every time. He's like, now I want to play with you. I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? Play without fail. Ghost Shark, whatever that Ghost Shark. Years. I'm too stoned to remember names. You're good. I can never remember names of anything, and I don't even have the excuse of being stoned, unfortunately. Every M. Night movie is so bad it's good. I still think The Sixth Sense is pretty I was gonna say fun. I wouldn't say fun, but it's pretty solid. There are some very hyper dramatic scenes, but there are some scenes that genuinely get me every time. Nick Cage is gonna play Dracula? What? I've never seen that, Milo. Basically, found footage documentary style type thing, but a preacher is an exorcist who has decided to perform one last exorcism in front of camera. Interesting. He sucks up. See, Nick Cage is just he's like if camp movies were a person, right? He's so over the top, but it just works. And you're like, I'm glad that I'm watching this right now. I can't say that it's technically good, but I really do love it. That's Nick Cage. To me, anyway. Title of an underrated, invisible, zero-budget horror movie that I loved. Has anyone heard of We Leave Wonderland, the knockoff FNAF movie? No! Eating the living shit. Wait. What? I now have to do some Googling when I get off of here. Hmm. Hmm. Sweet and Vicious Beauty. I've heard of that. Somebody that covers content on the internet, I've seen a dismal amount of like really big movies, but I can tell you a lot about like obscure shit. Hang on. I need to check because Winnie the Pooh is coming out in February. I need to know if it's coming out on streaming or if I've got some time and therefore an excuse to not cover it for a few more months. Oh, look at that. It's not coming out on streaming, I don't think. Wait, is it already out? Did it already come out? Hang on. What? No, wait. How did this happen? When did this happen? Coming out until next month. It's out? It's out. It's okay, it's coming out on the 15th. Okay. I was really confused. I was like, I know it's coming out in February. It's coming out on the 15th in theaters. Expanded theatrical release. Sorry, I'll check chat in a second. I should probably. I don't have my other monitor plugged in. Okay, shush. Blood and Honey expands theatrical release plans due to demand. Due to demand, they have expanded the release, the theatrical release of Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Francis Willy's Wonderland is a neo-western, and Nick Cage's janitor character is a cowboy. I would love to see a whole video essay on this, Milo. Oh, that actually sounds so interesting. How's it not on Tubi? Apparently, it's got such. Oh yes, The Happening. I've never seen Willy's Wonderland. Apparently, the demand for Blood and Honey is so huge that they've added more showings. They've given it an extended release in theaters. Theaters on Wednesday. Will now play through Monday, February 23rd. Oh, so it's still not in theaters for very long. 1,500 theaters around the country. Find the theaters. Months. I just want to know when it's going to hit streaming. I want to know when I can cover it. Because I'm going to have to, and then I'm going to have that burden lifted off my shoulders. I got to end the curse. Sorry, I need to get back to reading. I'm just fascinated by this. ADHD, ADHD. Wonderful movies expanded. Period of reshoots. And it has no streaming release date. I should probably be glad that I've gotten a reprieve from it. Well, yeah, there's a lot of people who are gonna hate watch it, and hate watching sells tickets. My nickname in high school is ADHD. Wait, ADHD triggerer. So it's like you trigger everybody's ADHD. I feel like I'm ADHD, and most of my friends are neurodivergent in some way, and our neurodivergencies all set off one another. Hilarious way. All right, sorry, getting back to the book that we're reading. Oh, Jennifer's Body is great. Yeah. They resort to hate watching. I don't know. I mean, half of my career on YouTube has been, well, I wouldn't say hate watching, but I do understand the thing of like, this is gonna be horrible. I have to go see it. You know what I mean? So maybe that like hate watching is probably an overstatement, but just like ironically watching something is definitely a thing. It's like how everybody loves The Room by Tommy Wiseau. It's not because it's a good movie, it's because it's such a bad movie that it is a very fun time. Chapter 14. An urgent message. I forgot how Roman numerals worked for a second. Excellent, Captain Roslin said after Nancy had told her story. He smiled. The way you're building up clues, if you were on my force, I'd recommend a citation for you. Well, you know, it's funny. You could be working. Your guys on the force could be doing their job instead of making a teenager do it. The young sleuth smiled and thanked him. I must find my father, she said earnestly. I'll call Captain McGinnis. Ooh, Chief McGinnis, check off. We get to check off Chief McGinnis. Hang on, I'll do it in a second. Of the River Heights force at once, the officer told her. Why don't you sit here and wait? It shouldn't take long for them to get information from Aiken's used car lot. Nancy agreed and took a chair in a corner of the captain's office. Presently, he called her. I have your answer, Miss Drew. She jumped up and went over to his desk. The officer told her that Captain McGinnis in River Heights had been most cooperative. He had sent 2 men at once to Aiken's used car lot. They had just returned with a report. Day before yesterday, an athletic-looking man with a crinkly ear came in and purchased a car. He showed the driver's license, stating that he was Samuel Greenman's from Huntsville. Nancy was excited over the information. This will be easy to pick him. Then it will be easy to pick him up, won't it? She asked. I'm afraid not, Captain Roslin replied. McGinnis learned from the Huntsville police that although Greenman is supposed to live at the address he gave, he is reported to have been out of town for some time. Then no one knows where he is? Not any of his neighbors. The officer also reported that Samuel Greenman was a person of questionable character. He was wanted on a couple of robbery charges, and police in several states had been alerted to be on the lookout for him. Well, if the man I saw is Samuel Greenman, then maybe he's hiding in the area. Captain Roslin smiled. Are you going to suggest next that he's the ghost at Twin Elms? Who knows, Nancy countered. She's like, what if I am? Sue me. In my case, Captain Roslin said, in any case, Captain Roslin said, your idea that he may be hiding out around here is a good one. Nancy was about to ask the officer another question when his phone rang. A moment later, he said, it's for you, Miss Drew. That rhymed. The girl detective picked up the receiver and said, hello. The caller was Helen Corning, and her voice sounded frantic. Oh, Nancy, something dreadful has happened here. You must come home at once. What is it? Nancy cried out. But Helen had already put down the instrument and at her end. Nancy told Captain Roslin of the urgent quest and said she must leave at once. Let me know if you need the police, the officer called after her. Thank you, I will. Nancy drove to Twin Elms as fast as the law allowed. As fast as the law allowed. That was another thing that they rewrote, because it used to say, like, Nancy drove as fast as she could, because Nancy is, of course, chaotic good to her core, I believe, most of the time. But then they re-edited it in 1959 to be like, she drove as fast as the law permitted. They really wanted her to be lawful good, but I think she's chaotic good in her heart. As she pulled up in front of the house, she was startled to see a doctor's car there. Someone had been taken ill. Helen met her friend. Sorry, they're not besties. They're just regular friends. At the front door. Nancy, she said in a whisper, Miss Flora may have had a heart attack. What? Not Miss Flora? How terrible, Nancy said, shocked. Tell me all about it. Dr. Morrison wants Miss Flora to go to the hospital right away, but she refuses. She says she won't leave here. Helen said that the physician was still upstairs attending to her great-grandmother. Poor Flora. When did she... Nancy asked. Did something in particular bring on the attack? Hannah nodded. Yes, it was very frightening. Miss Flora, Aunt Rosemary, and I were in the kitchen talking about supper. They wanted to have a special dish to surprise you because they knew you were dreadfully upset. That was so sweet of them, Nancy remarked. Please go on, Helen. Miss Flora became rather tired, and Aunt Rosemary suggested that she go upstairs and lie down. She had just started up the stairway when, for some unknown reason, she turned to look back. There in the parlor stood a man. The caller? Nancy questioned. Oh no, Hannah replied. Helen replied, sorry. Miss Flora said he was an ugly, horrible looking person. He was unshaven and his hair was kind of long. Ugly, horrible looking. What'd he look like? He had a beard and a little bit of longish hair. You think he was the ghost? Nancy inquired. Miss Flora thought so. Well, she didn't scream. You know, she's really terribly brave. She just decided to go down and meet him herself. And then what do you think? I could guess any number of things, Nancy replied. What did happen? Helen said that when Miss Turnbull had reached the parlor, no one was in it, and there was no secret door open. What did Miss Flora do then? Nancy asked. She fainted. Well, we've gotten the fainted card like triple over at least at this point, so at least we made the right call on that one. At this moment, a tall, slender, gray-haired man carrying a physician's bag walked down the stairs to the front hall. Helen introduced Nancy to him and then asked about the patient. Well, fortunately, Miss Flora is going to be all right, said Dr. Morrison. She is an amazing woman with complete rest and nothing more to worry her. I believe she will be all right. In fact, she may be able to be up for short periods by this time tomorrow. Oh, I'm so relieved, said Helen. I'm terribly fond of my great-grandmother, and I don't want anything to happen to her. The physician smiled. I'll do all I can, but you people will have to help. How can we do that? Nancy asked quickly. The physician said that no one was to talk about the ghost. Miss Flora says that she saw a man in the parlor and that he must have come in by some secret entrance. Now, you know as well as I do that such a thing is not plausible. I mean, it's definitely plausible. Possible. Probable in this case. But the man couldn't have entered the house any other way, Helen told him quickly. Every window and door in the first floor is kept locked. The doctor raised his eyebrow. You've heard of hallucinations, he asked. Nancy and Helen frowned, but remained silent. They were sure that Miss Flora had not had a hallucination. An hallucination? That's not correct. An hallucination. I think we found another, is that another technical typo or discrepancy? If she had said there was a man in the parlor, then one had been there. God damn it. I added that last part in. Call me if you need me before tomorrow morning, the doctor said as he moved towards the front door. Otherwise, I'll drop in some time before 12. After the medic had left, the two girls exchanged glances. Nancy said, Are you game to search the parlor again? You bet I am, Helen responded. Shall we start now or wait until after supper? Although Nancy was eager to begin at once, she thought that first she should go upstairs and extend her sympathy to Miss Flora. She also felt... that's going to be a problem. Hang on. I need to take a sip of my drink, but my right hand is too weak. She also felt that a delay in serving her supper while the search went on might upset the ill woman. Helen offered to go. She's like, we're not doing any elder abuse here. Helen offered to go into the kitchen at once and start preparing the meal. Nancy nodded and went up the steps. Miss Flora had been put to bed in her daughter's room to avoid any further scares from the ghost who seemed to operate in the elderly woman's own room. Miss Flora, I'm so sorry you have to stay in bed, said Nancy, walking up and smiling at the patient. Well, I am too, Miss Turnbull said. Every time I read that name, it just reminds me of Trunchbull from Matilda. replied, and while I think it's a lot of nonsense, everybody faints once in a while. If you'd ever seen I did, that horrible face. I like her. Everyone faints once in a while, kid. It's fine. Mother, pleaded Aunt Rosemary, who was seated in a chair on the other side of the bed. You know what the doctor said. Oh, these doctors, her mother said pettishly. Anyway, Nancy, I'm sure I saw the ghost. Now you just look for a man who hasn't shaved in goodness knows how long and has an ugly face and kind of longish hair. Oh, jeez. Don't body shame him, even if he is an intruder, I guess. It was on the tip of Nancy's tongue to ask for information on the man's height and size. Oh, bye for reals, Milo. Have fun. I'm sure you're already out of chat, but just letting you know I see you if you're watching this back. It was on the tip of Nancy's tongue to ask for information on the man's height and size, but recalling the doctor's warning, she said nothing about this. Instead, she smiled and taking one of Miss Flora's hands in her own, said, "Let's not talk any more about this until you're up and well. Then I'll put you on the Drew and Company detective squad." The amusing remark made the elderly woman smile, and she promised to try getting some rest. "But first I want something to eat," she demanded. "Do you think you girls can manage alone? I'd like Rosemary to stay here with me." "Of course we can manage, and we'll bring you exactly what you should have to eat." Nancy went downstairs and set up a tray for Miss Flora. On it was a cup of steaming chicken bouillon, a thin slice of well-toasted bread, and a saucer of plain gelatin. A few minutes later, Helen took another tray upstairs with a more substantial meal on it for Aunt Rosemary. Then the two girls sat down in the dining room to have their own supper. After finishing it, they quickly washed and dried all the dishes, then started for the parlor. I would have left the dishes. Honestly, if I've got a mystery to solve, the dishes can be done a little bit later, but all right, good for you. You have the spoons to do the dishes. Where do you think we should look? Helen whispered. During the past half hour, Nancy had been going over in her mind what spot in the parlor they might have overlooked, one which could possibly have an opening behind it. She had decided on a large cabinet built into the wall. It contained a beautiful collection of figurines, souvenirs from many places, and knickknacks of various kinds. "I'm going to look for hidden spring that may move the cabinet away from the wall," Nancy told Helen in a low voice. For the first time, she noticed that each of the figurines and knickknacks were set in small depressions on the shelves. Nancy wondered excitedly if this had been done so that the figurines would not fall over in case the cabinets were moved. Eagerly, she began to look on the back wall of the interior of the cabinet for a spring. She and Helen together searched every inch of the upper part, but found no spring to move the great built-in piece of furniture. On the lower part of the cabinet were two doors, which Nancy had already opened many times, but then she had been looking for a large opening. Now she was hoping to locate a tiny spring or movable panel. Helen searched the left side while Nancy took the right. Suddenly, her pulse quickened in anticipation. She had felt a spot slightly higher than the rest. Nancy ran her fingers back and forth across the area, which was about half an inch high and 3 inches long. "It may conceal something," she thought, and pushed it gently against the wood. Nancy felt a vibration in the whole cabinet. "Helen, I found something," she whispered hoarsely. "Better stand back." Nancy pressed harder. This time, the right side of the cabinet began to move forward. Nancy jumped up from her knees and stood back with Helen. Slowly, very slowly, one end of the cabinet began to move into the parlor, the other into an open space behind it. Helen grabbed Nancy's hand in fright. What were they going to find in the secret passageway? Probably a hidden staircase, if I had to guess from the name of the book. Anticipation. Welcome back, Texas. I just saw your message that you're back. A hallucination seems like a dialect thing, but not any American dialect I can think of. Seems very mid-Atlantic. Hallucination is a word that people say. Anton? At least here in the South, we use the word hallucination a lot. Oh, Anton, I got a package that I didn't think I was gonna get from Project Hope, and there was like a beanie and a water bottle and a cookie and a mug and stickers and a hoodie, and I was just like, this is so sweet. They're the sweetest. Oh, so that's what I'm eating. I'm eating my Hope Miss cookie, which is very good, by the way. It's like vanilla, but it's a really good like vanilla. All the swag. I didn't know we were doing swag. I was like, what is this box? And hallucination. I see what you mean. Yeah, usually the rule is shouldn't talk with my mouth full. Yeah, usually the rule is, or at least I was taught, A before a consonant and before a vowel. An elephant. An apple. A candlestick. A helium balloon. There might be exceptions to that rule, or it could just be a mistake. Words of the greatest songwriter of all time. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. An hallucination. Oh, I see. Like whether people say herb with a silent H. No. Public education failed. I don't know the differences. I mean, I was homeschooled, but, you know, most of our resources came from, public school standards. So I don't know if I can blame public school or not for me not knowing. How are you? I'm good, Sammy. How are you? Just glad the cameras are mostly working right now. There are crumbs everywhere. Trying not to make a mess and then very much making a mess. That's me. I'm good. I am. Oh, we also got the notebook. I can't forget about the notebook. We got a little Project Hope Miss notebook that we're gonna use as like a little clue keeper of sorts, we think. Which is very, very cute. I like it very much. Right. We are rounding the corner on this book. Good for us. Student. You were probably a better student than you think you were. I feel like everybody thinks they were a bad student. Lunar Year gay. So no, I haven't, because every time I try to go and make it, somebody else is using our kitchen. But it is being refrigerated, and I checked, and the Best By date is like April. So I'm like, okay, I think it's gonna be fine. But I do want to make it because I really want to try it. I'll have to send you a video. I'm like, I just need one time when somebody isn't using the kitchen that I have time to use the kitchen to make this cake. I really want to. also have another video reaction suggestion for you. It's the TV movie Summertime Switch. Ryder Strong from Boy Meets World. And so, oh, that's cool. I've never seen that one. Punky Brewster. Yes. Very cool. All right, let's go. Chapter 15. We finally, 3/4 of the way through the book nearly, we have found the hidden staircase almost. The great... Chapter 15. A new suspect. The great Clister... That's not a word. The great crystal chandelier illuminated the narrow passageway behind the cabinet. It was not very long, no one was in it, and the place was dusty and filled with cobwebs. Oh, I can check things off of the bingo card. Thinking, yeah, I will get around to those. One of these days, I'll hire an editor, and then I'll be able to get to more requests, because I'll spend less time making each video, and I'll be able to just, like, batch record a bunch, and that'll be a fun day when it happens. All right, let's see. I hope I'm assuming that everybody can see this. Nope, everybody cannot. I'm on full screen mode. Small cam mode. There we go. I can check off McGinnis. Oh, guys, we have bingo. Because I can check off Police Chief McGinnis and Secret Compartment now. We did it, guys. Still like grumpy old person. Yeah, so we got to check off Police Chief McGinnis and Secret Compartment in that chapter, so that gave us this bingo right here. Bingo! We got bingo! It's happening! That makes me happy. It's the little things in life. I just know somebody's gonna be like, you're wearing that beanie wrong, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I found one. I don't know where I found it. Oh, we're talking about WWE. Sorry, I can't participate. I don't know anything about that. I don't know sports. Not sure. Ah, this game. I've only done it 15 times tonight. You think I would know which button I needed. All right, let's try. No one was in it, and the place was dusty and filled with cobwebs. There's probably an exit at the other end of this, said Nancy. Let's see where it goes. I think I'd better wait here, Nancy, Helen suggested. This old cabinet might suddenly start to close itself. If it does, I'll yell so you can get out in time. Nancy laughed. You're a real pal, Helen. And she's afraid to go in there, but that's all right, Helen. You only got, like, a couple more books before we never see you again. As Nancy walked along the passageway, she looked carefully at the two walls which lined it. There was no visible exit from either of the solid plastered walls. The far end, too, was solid, but this wall had been built of wood. Nancy felt it might have some significance. At the moment, she could not figure it out and started to return to the parlor. Halfway along the narrow corridor, she saw a folded piece of paper lying on the floor. This may prove something, she told herself eagerly, picking it up. Just as Nancy stepped back into the parlor, Aunt Rosemary appeared. She stared in astonishment at the opening in the wall and at the cabinet, which now stood at right angles to it. You found something? She asked. Only this, Nancy replied, and handed it to Aunt Rosemary, the folded paper. As the girls looked over her shoulder, Mrs. Hayes opened it. This is an unfinished letter, she commented. Then she started to decipher the old-fashioned handwriting. Why this was written way back in 1785, not long after the house was built. Wow. The note read, "My honorable friend Benjamin." Should I try to do my terrible English accent? There's no wrong way to wear a beanie. That's my belief too. Thank you, Paulo, for backing me up. My dear honorable friend Benjamin, the disloyalty of two of my servants has just come to my attention, and I am afraid they plan to harm the cause of the colonies. I will have them my good fortune in learning about the disloyalty came while I was at my listening post. Every word spoken in the servants' sitting room can be overheard by me. I will watch for further. I give up. I can't. I'm making myself laugh. Thank you, Sammy. I appreciate you. Any topics to talk? One specific viewer in chat. You're good. A fan community so we can continue convert. Like a Discord. I probably should start a Discord. People have been asking for a Discord for a while. I just need to do it. The letter ended at this point. Instantly, Helen said, "Listening post? It must be at the end of the passageway," Nancy guessed. Aunt Rosemary, what room would connect with it? "I presume the kitchen," Mrs. Hayes replied. "And it seems to me that I once heard that the present kitchen was a sitting room for the servants long ago. You recall that back in colonial days, food was never cooked in a mansion. It was always prepared in another building and brought in on great trays." Helen smiled. "With a listening post, the poor servants here didn't have the chance for good chit-chat together. Their conversations were never a secret from the master." Nancy and Aunt Rosemary smiled too and nodded, and the young sleuth said, "Let's see if the listening post still works." It was arranged that Helen would go into the kitchen and start talking. Nancy would stand at the end of the corridor and listen. Aunt Rosemary, who was shown how to work the hidden spring on the cabinet, would act as a guard if the great piece of furniture suddenly started to move and close the opening. "All ready?" Helen asked. She moved out of the room. When she thought Nancy was at her post, she began to talk about her forthcoming wedding and asked Nancy to be in her bridal party. "I can hear Helen very plainly," Nancy called excitedly to Aunt Rosemary. "The listening post is as good as ever." And then Nancy's like, "Oh, no, I won't be in your party." She's like, "Oh, by the way, no, I won't be in your wedding." When the test was over and the cabinet manually closed by Nancy, she and Helen and Aunt Rosemary held a whispered conversation. Then they all decided that the ghosts knew about the passageway and overheard plans which those in the house were making. Probably this is where the ghost disappeared after Miss Flora spotted him. Funny that we seem to do more planning while we're in the kitchen than in any other room, Aunt Rosemary remarked. Said she wondered if this listening post was unique with the owner and the architect of Twin Elms Mansions. No, indeed, Aunt Rosemary told her. Many old homes where there were servants had such places. Don't forget that our country has been involved in several wars during which traitors and spies found it easy to get information while posing as servants. Very clever, Helen remarked, and I suppose a lot of the people who were caught never knew how they had been found out. No doubt, Aunt Rosemary said. At that moment, they heard Miss Flora's feeble, voice calling from the bedroom and hurried up the steps to be sure that she was all right. They found her smiling, but complained that she did not like to stay alone so long. Oh, bless her. I won't leave you again tonight, Mother, Aunt Rosemary promised. I'm going to sleep on the couch in this room so I'm not to disturb you. Now try to get a little sleep. The following morning, Nancy had a phone call from Hannah Gruen, whose voice sounded very irate. I've just heard from Mr. Barradale, I can never say that word, that railroad lawyer, Nancy. He lost your address and phone number, so he called here. Nancy's the only one who knows how to do stuff, isn't it? Isn't she? I'm furious at what he had to say. He hinted that your father might be staying away on purpose because he wasn't able to produce Willie Wharton. Nancy was angry too. Why, that's absolutely unfair and untrue, she cried. Well, I just wouldn't stand for it if I were you, Hannah Gruen said flatly. And that's only half of it. You mean he had more to say about Dad? Nancy questioned quickly. You pissed off Hannah and Nancy. Don't fuck with the Drew women. No, not that, the housekeeper answered. He was calling to say that the railroad can't hold up the bridge project any longer. If some new evidence isn't produced by Monday, the railroad will be forced to accede to the demands of Willie Wharton and all those other property owners. Oh, that would be a great blow to Dad, said Nancy. He wouldn't want this to happen. He's sure that the signature on that contract of sale is Willie Wharton's. All he has to do is find him and prove it. Everything is such a mess, Mrs. Gruen said. I was talking to the police just before I called you, and they have no leads at all to where your father might be. Hannah, this is dreadful, said Nancy. I don't know how, but I intend to find Dad, and quickly, too. After the conversation between herself and the housekeeper was over, Nancy walked up and down the hall as she tried to formulate a plan. Something must be done. Suddenly, Nancy went to the front door, opened it, and walked outside. She breathed deeply of the lovely morning air and headed for the rose garden. She let the full beauty of the estate sink into her consciousness before permitting herself to think further about the knotty problem before her. Long ago, Mr. Drew had taught Nancy that the best way to clear one's brain is to communicate with nature for a time. Oh. Nancy went up one walk and down another, listening to the twittering of the birds, and now and then the song of the meadow lark. Does anybody remember looking for birds in Ghost Dogs and Moonlight? That puzzle sucked. It wasn't even a puzzle, it was like a bad mini game that wasn't fun. It's been lost in the woods for a long time. Again, she smelled deeply of the roses and the sweet wisteria which hung over a sagging arbor. Those infomercial actors who can't use stuff correctly. That's true. She's the only person. Everybody else is like, I can't get the can opener to work. Like, what? Later, she looked to the house and sat down. Wait. 10 minutes later, she returned to the house and sat down on the porch steps. Almost at once, the mental image of Nathan Gomber came to her as clearly as the man had been standing in front of her. The young sleuth's mind began to put together the various pieces of the puzzle regarding him and the railroad property. Maybe Nathan Gomber is keeping Willie Wharton away, she said to herself. Willie may even be a prisoner. And if Gomer is that kind of a person, maybe he engineered the abduction of my father. The very thought of frightened Nancy. Leaping up, she decided to ask the police to have Nathan Gomber shadowed. People are like, aren't you a little bit more concerned, Nancy? Aren't you a little bit more disturbed that your dad's been kidnapped? And she's like, oh no, we're Drews. This happens to us every other week. It's fine. He'll be fine. He's got it. The very thought frightened Nancy. Leaping up, she decided to ask the police to have Nathan Gomber shadowed. I'll go down to headquarters and talk to Captain Rosalind, she decided, and I'll ask Helen to go along. The cleaning woman is here so she can help Aunt Rosemary in case of an emergency. Without explaining her real purpose in wanting to go downtown. Sorry, my brain is weird. Nancy merely asked Helen to accompany her there for some necessary marketing. The two girls drove off, not like networking, like they're going grocery shopping is what they're doing. Drove off, and on the way to town, Nancy gave Helen full details of her latest theories about Nathan Gomber. Helen was amazed, and here he was acting so worried about your father's safety. When the girls reached police headquarters, they had to wait a few minutes to see Captain Rosalind. Nancy fidgeted under the delay. Every moment seemed doubly precious now, but finally the girls were ushered inside the office, and the officer greeted them warmly. Another clue, Miss Drew? He asked with a smile. Are you still doing my job for me? Because thank you for that. It makes my life easy. Nancy told her story quickly. I think you're on the right track, the officer stated. I'll be very glad to get in touch with your Captain McGinnis in River Heights and relay your message, and I'll notify the men on my force to be on the lookout for this Nathan Gomber. Thank you, Nancy said gratefully. Every hour that goes by, I become more and more worried about my father. A break should come soon, the officer told her kindly. The minute I hear anything, I'll let you know. Nancy thanked him, and the girls went on their way. It took every bit of Nancy's stamina not to show her inmost feelings. She rolled the cart through the supermarket almost automatically, picking out needed food items. Her mind would say, we need more canned peas because the ghosts took what we had. And at the meat counter, she reflected, Dad loves thick, juicy steaks. Finally, the market was finished and the packages stowed in the rear of the convertible. On the way home, Helen asked Nancy what plans she had for pursuing the mystery. It's funny because one of the many things that changes over and over again is the color of Nancy's car. It's blue, it's yellow, it's red. I think it was green maybe at one point, I can't remember. To tell the truth, I've been thinking about it continuously, but so far I haven't come up with any new ideas, Nancy answered. I'm pretty sure, though, something will pop up. When the girls were a little distance from the entrance of the Twin Elms estate, they saw a car suddenly pull out of the driveway and make a right turn. The driver leaned out his window and looked back. He wore a smug grin. Why, it's Nathan Gomber, Nancy cried out. And did you see that smirk on his face? Helen asked. Oh, Nancy, maybe that means he finally persuaded Miss Flora to sell the property to him. Yes, Nancy replied grimly, and also, here, I've just asked the police to shadow him, and I'm the first person to see him. She's like, God damn it, do your job. With that, Nancy put on speed and shot ahead. As she passed the driveway to the estate, Helen asked, where are you going? I'm following Nathan Gomber until I catch him. Nancy's like, we gotta do what we gotta do ourselves, because if you want it done, you gotta do it yourself. 'Tis an excellent British speak. Thank you. I can do better than that if I'm more prepared, but that's apparently all we get tonight. So thank you. I'm glad you guys like it. Pain. Aren't you real? Seriously get hurt. I've unfortunately seen too gruesome. Ooh. Have you guys seen the John Oliver piece he did, I think last year, about the danger, maybe it was 2 years ago now, about the dangers of being I think it was technically focusing on boxing, but they did touch on wrestling too a bit. Basically just how dangerous those like 1v1 combat sports are and how like their representation just never goes to bat for them. It was an interesting thing. And then women can seriously get hurt. I don't know. Yep. Nancy's living. Yeah, she's in an infomercial where she's the only one who knows how stuff works. Sid Vicious broke his leg on TV. I heard about this. Somehow only dislocated an elbow after it looked like a broken arm. Ooh. Has this ever happened to you? You call the police to get help in a important kidnapping of a loved one, and they won't do anything about it because they don't know how filing works. They lost your address, and now you've got to capture the bad guys by yourself at only 18 years old. Oh no. I'm too old to know how to use it. Discord's pretty straightforward. I just don't spend too much time on it personally, so I always like forget about it, but we can definitely look into getting one started. It's traffic and traffic of the people who saw the Metallica concert down the street. Oh boy. Glad to see you, Patrick. Or yeah, glad to see you, Patrick. Show on Metallica. Didn't know there was a Metallica concert. Also Disney rules. Ducks. I haven't seen any of those Disney performing shows. In pro wrestling, it was well done. Yes, thank you. It was pro wrestling. Okay. It was very well done. Yeah, I love John Oliver. Discord could be fun. We just have to figure out a plan for just keeping it moderated so that only the nice weirdos get in. Everybody here is chill, but you never know. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, you can just look it up and download it anywhere. You basically have your own server, and then you can have your own, like, you can have different ones for different discussions. we probably should have at least some people with mod status just in case. Because it is the internet, but yeah. It'll probably be a small group. It's 11 o'clock. I'll throw my trash away. Thank you, Project Hope. That was a very good cookie. I don't know how bird feathers got into the recording space when the birds have never even been remotely near being in the recording space. Yeah, it's basically just a place where we can just have a space, a community space to chat. That's basically all it is. To do same on channel. Thank you. Well, I'll be honest, I'm probably not the most proficient out of all the read streams, but I am very passionate about the nostalgic books that we read, especially Nancy Drew, which we are reading the second ever Nancy Drew book ever written, The Hidden Staircase, and I just lost my place in the book. That's wonderful. Here we go. Found it. I found my spot again, guys. We're getting very close to being done. I think we're at only 40 something pages left. Great 70s horror to read. Nice. I don't do a whole lot of voices. I just kind of do the things. But yeah, we'll see. Cats are pretty. I mean, probably what's happening, yeah, the birds, they're obviously not like trying to catch, or the cats are obviously not like harming the birds or like trying to get to the birds there, but they do like to sit and watch the birds in the cage. So they're probably like the feathers probably end up on them, and then Perry comes in and is like, "Oh, I'm gonna roll all over the floor." If any of them, it's Pennywise. If it's any of them, it's either Pennywise or Perry, because Fig is an adorable little muffin, and Monk doesn't like me enough to come in here that often. That cat is an asshole, Spencer. That cat, Spencer and Pennywise have this weird mock rivalry where they love each other, but neither one of them will admit it. That cat is quite the character. We found him as a poor little sewer rat orphan, and now he's just the bougiest house cat you've ever seen. Great channel. Thank you. Welcome. Very happy to have you here. All right. Chapter 16. Sold. Oh, Nancy, I hope we meet police officer, said Helen Corning. If Gomber is kidnapped, he may try to harm us if we do catch up to him. We'll have to be cautious, Nancy admitted, but I'm afraid we're not going to meet any policemen. I haven't seen one on these roads in all the time I've been here. She's like, they don't do their job. We're on our own. Both girls watched the car ahead of them intently. It was near enough for Nancy to be able to read the license number. She wondered if the car was registered under Gomber's name or someone else's. If it belonged to a friend of his, this fact might lead the police to another suspect. Where do you think Gomber's going? Helen asked presently. To meet somebody? Perhaps. And he may be on his way back to River Heights. Not yet, Helen said, for at that moment Gomber had reached a crossroads and turned sharp right. That road leads away from River Heights, but it does lead past River Manor, Nancy replied tensely, and she neared the crossroads. Turning right, the girls saw Gomber ahead. Tearing along at a terrific speed, he passed the vacant mansion. A short distance beyond it, he began to turn his car lights off and on. What's he doing that for? Helen queried. He just testing the lights? Nancy was not inclined to think so. I believe he's signaling to someone. Look all around, Helen, and see if you can spot anybody. She herself was driving so fast that she did not dare gaze through the back window. I don't see a soul, she reported. Nancy began to feel uneasy. Did they not have rearview mirrors yet? They probably didn't. It was possible that Gomber might have been signaling to someone to follow the girls. Helen, keep looking out for the rear window and see if a car appears and starts to follow us. Maybe we ought to give up the chase and just tell the police about Gomber, Helen said a bit fearfully. But Nancy did not want to do this. I think it will help us a lot to know where he's headed. She continued the pursuit and several miles further on came to the town of Hancock. Isn't this where that crinkly-eared fellow lives? Helen inquired. Yes. Then it's my guess Gomber is going to see him. Nancy reminded her friend that the man was reported to be out of town, presumably because he was wanted by the police on a couple of robbery charges. Though Hancock was small, there was a great deal of traffic on the main street. In the center of town, at an intersection, there was a signal light. Gomber shot through the green, but by the time Nancy reached the spot, the light had turned red. Oh dear, she fumed. Now I'll probably lose him. In a few seconds, the light changed to green, and Nancy again took up her pursuit, but she felt that at this point it was futile. Gomber couldn't have turned down any... Gomber could have turned down any number of side streets, or if he had gone down straight through the town, he would now be so far ahead of her that it was doubtful she could catch him. Nancy went on, nevertheless, for another 3 miles. Then, catching no sight of her quarry, she decided to give up the chase. I guess it's hopeless, Helen, she said. I'm going back to Hancock and report everything to the police there. I'll ask them to get in touch with Captain Rosalind and Captain McGinnis. Oh, I hope they capture Gomber, Helen said. He's such a horrible man. He ought to be put in jail just for his bad manners. Smiling, Nancy turned the car and headed back for Hancock. A woman passed by and gave her directions to the police headquarters, and a few moments later, Nancy parked in front of it. The girls went inside the building. Nancy told the officer in charge who they were, then gave him full details of the recent chase. The officer listened attentively, then said, I'll telephone your River Heights captain first, and please alert your own men and the state police, Nancy requested. Listening now for recreation. One tip I will give: make sure you've got some kind of drink. My dad was in radio. He recommends tea with sugar and lemon to keep you from losing your voice. That definitely happened to me, especially when I started. I was like, my voice is gone now. Nancy told the officer in charge. He said, please let your own men at the state police, Nancy requested. He nodded. Don't worry, Miss Drew. I'll follow through from here. He picked up his phone. Helen urged Nancy to leave immediately. While you were talking, I kept thinking about Gomber's visit to Twin Elms. I have a feeling something may have happened there. You remember what a self-satisfied look Gomber had on his face when he saw him come out of the driveway. You're right, Nancy agreed. We'd better hurry back there. It was a long drive back to Twin Elms, and the closer the girls got to it, the more worried they became. Miss Flora was already ill, Helen said tensely, and Gomber's visit may have made her worse. On reaching the house, the front door was opened by Aunt Rosemary, who looked pale. I'm so glad you've returned, she said. My mother is much worse. She has had a bad shock. I'm waiting for Dr. Morrison. Mrs. Hayes' voice was trembling as she found it hard to go on. Nancy said sympathetically, We know Nathan Gomber was here. We've been chasing his car but lost it. Did he upset Miss Flora? Yes, I was out of the house about 20 minutes talking with the gardener and didn't happen to see Gomber drive up. The cleaning woman, Lily, let him in. Of course, she didn't know who he was and thought he was all right. When she finally came outside to tell me, I had walked way over to the wisteria arbor at the far end of the grounds. In the meantime, Gomber went upstairs. He began talking to Mother about selling the mansion. When she refused, he threatened her, saying that if she did not sign, all kinds of dreadful things would happen to me and both of you girls. Poor Mother couldn't hold out any longer at this moment. Lily, who couldn't find me, returned and went upstairs. She actually witnessed Mother's signature on the contract of sale and signed her own name to it. So Gomber has won. Aunt Rosemary sank into the chair by the telephone and began to cry. Nancy and Helen put their arms around her, but before either could say a word of comfort, they heard a car drive up in front of the mansion. At once Mrs. Hayes dried her eyes and said, It must be Dr. Morrison. Nancy opened the door and admitted the physician. The whole group went upstairs where Miss Flora lay staring at the ceiling like someone in a trance. She was murmuring, I shouldn't have sold Twin Elms. Dr. Morrison took the patient's pulse and listened to her heartbeat with a stethoscope. A few moments later, he said, Miss Turnbull, won't you please let me take you to the hospital? Not yet, Miss Flora said stubbornly. She smiled wanly. I know I'm ill, but I'm not going to get better any quicker in the hospital than I am right here. I'll be moving out of Twin Elms soon enough, and I want to stay here as long as I can. Oh, why did I ever sign my name to that paper? How is this legal? There has to be some kind of, like, legal, annulment that can be done, right? As an expression of defeat came over the physician's face, Nancy moved to the bedside. Miss Flora, she said gently, maybe the deal will never go through in the first place. Perhaps we can prove that you signed under coercion. If that doesn't work, you know it takes a long time to have a title search made on properly. By then, maybe Gomber will change his mind. Like, or maybe I'll have found that beady-eyed little bastard myself. I don't know what Nancy was thinking, but I feel like Nancy could throw down if she got really angry. Oh, I hope you're right, the elderly woman replied, squeezing Nancy's hand affectionately. The girls left the room so that Dr. Morrison could examine the patient further and prescribe for her. They decided to say nothing of their morning's adventure to Miss Flora, but at luncheon, they gave Aunt Rosemary a full account. I'm almost glad you didn't catch Gomber, Mrs. Hayes exclaimed. He might have harmed you both. Nancy said she felt sure that the police of one town or the other would soon capture him, and then perhaps maybe things could be explained. For one, we can find out why he was turning his lights off and on. I have a hunch that he was signaling to someone and that the person was hidden in Riverview Manor. You may be right, Aunt Rosemary replied. Helen suddenly leaned across the table. Do you suppose our ghost thief hides out there? I think it's very probable, Nancy answered. I'd like to do some sleuthing in that old mansion. You're not going to break in? Helen asked, horrified. Yeah, Nancy's totally adverse to breaking in, guys. That's never, ever happened, ever. Her friend smiled. No, Helen, I'm not going to evade the law. Nancy, please. I'll go to the realtor who's handling the property and ask him to show me the place. Want to come along? Fun fact, realtor is a brand. If you're not, like, signed with a specific agency, then you're not a realtor. You're a real estate agent, technically. Helen shivered a little, but said she was game. Let's do it this afternoon. Oh dear, Aunt Rosemary gave an anxious sigh I don't know whether or not I should let you go. It sounds very dangerous to me. If the realtor is with us, we should be safe, Helen spoke up. Her aunt then gave her consent and added that the realtor, Mr. Dodd, had an office on Main Street. When she said, we'll be safe with the realtor, I just thought of, in Dora where she's like, seatbelts so we can be safe. But it's like, realtors so we can be safe. Station ceased for a few moments as the threesome finished luncheon. They had just left the table when they heard a loud thump upstairs. Oh, goodness, Aunt Rosemary cried out. I hope Mother hasn't fallen. She and the girls dashed up the stairs. Miss Flora was in bed, but she was trembling like a leaf in the wind. She had pointed a thin, white hand toward the ceiling. It was up in the attic. Somebody's there. Oh, poor thing. I feel so bad. No, 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 no. Hang on. Oh, I was talking about our cat Monk. We have a cat named Mr. Monk after the TV detective. More keeps to himself like Adrian Monk. Yeah. He's very, just like Adrian Monk, he's very sweet, but he's very standoffish and kind of scared of everything. Hence the name. 41 story about 30 times. Aw. Stories. Short stories would be fun. Hello again, Miss Firing. I didn't know the word toque was a thing until tonight. I have just now learned that it is another word for beanie. Hang on. We are almost done with the book, but I need to take a couple more sips of drink and then we can continue. I don't know why. I just sipped. I caught a look at myself. I was looking at the chat and then I caught myself over here in this camera and I was just like, why do I look so shady over here? I'm just taking a sip and just like looking at chat like I think chat might have stolen my boyfriend. I don't know. Just like, what did you do, chat? Also, this is a very big mug and it looks even bigger in my hands. Being close to the US without physically being in the US. Yeah, physically being in the US might not be the best of moves if you can help it currently. We've kind of got a lot going on right now. Camera, we're almost done. Don't make me be bad. Are we done? knocks that book off the shelf. You wouldn't have the Magic Attack Club. Tell your mom thank you for me. And thank you again for the Saddle Club books. I think those will be very fun to read. Oh, I need to add them to the Goodreads page. We call our train system is called MARTA here in Atlanta. And so we straight up just, whether you're taking the subway part of MARTA or the elevated train part of MARTA, it's just MARTA. It's just I took the MARTA. When asked, but I saw the conversation happening and just thought that was funny. Chapter 17, Through the Train... I almost said through the train door because I was looking at that and we were talking about trains. Through the trap door. Let's find out who's in the attic, Nancy urged as she ran from the room, Helen at her heels. Mother, will you be all right if I leave you a few moments? Aunt Rosemary asked. I'd like to go with the girls. Mom, these girls think they're in a horror movie, and I feel like Nancy's gonna be the first one to get killed off because she's so enthusiastic about running towards the dangerous sounds. So I'll have to be right back. Well, they were only selling the books for $2.95 each back in the day. Plus 25 cents for book postage. Good times before inflation. Of course, run along. Nancy and Helen were already on their way to the third floor. They did not bother to go noiselessly, but raced up the center of the creaking stairs. Reaching the attic, they lighted 2 of the candles and looked around. They saw no one and began to look behind trunks and pieces of furniture. Nobody was hiding. And there's no evidence, said Nancy, that the alarming thump was caused by a falling box or carton? There is only one answer, Helen decided. The ghost was here, but how did he get in? The words were scarcely out of her mouth when the group heard a man's spine-chilling laugh. It had not come from downstairs. He's back at the wall, Helen gasped fearfully. Nancy agreed, but Aunt Rosemary said the laugh could have come from the roof. Helen looked at her aunt questioningly. You mean the ghost swings onto the roof from a tree and climbs in here somehow? I think it's very likely, her aunt replied. My father once told my mother that there's a trap door to the roof. I never saw it, and I forgot having heard of it until this minute. Plot convenience. Holding their candles high, the girls examined every inch of the peaked beamed ceiling. The rafters were set close together with wood panels between them. I see something that might be a trap door, Nancy called out presently from near one end of the attic. She showed the others where some short panels formed an almost perfect square. But how does it open? Helen asked. There's no knob or hook or any kind of gadget to grab hold of. It might have been removed or rusted off, Nancy said. She asked Helen to help her drag a high wooden box across the floor until it was directly under the suspected section, and Nancy stepped up onto it. Focusing her light on the 4 edges of the panels, the young sleuth finally discovered a piece of metal wedged between 2 of the planks. I think I see a way to open this, Nancy said, but I'll need some tools. I'll get the ones I found before, Helen said. Helen offered. She hurried downstairs and procured them. Nancy tried one tool after another, but none would work. They were either too wide, to fit into the crack, or they would not budge the piece of metal either up or down. Nancy looked down at Aunt Rosemary. Do you happen to have an old-fashioned button hook? She asked. That might be just the thing for this job. Indeed, I have. In fact, Mother has several of them. I'll get one. Aunt Rosemary was gone only a few minutes. Upon her return, she handed Nancy a long, silver-handled button hook, inscribed with Mrs. Turnbull's initials. Mother used this to fasten her high-button shoes. She has a smaller matching one for her glove buttons. In olden days, she told the girls, no ladies' gloves were the pull-on type. They all had buttons. Nancy inserted the long button hook into the ceiling crack and almost at once was able to grasp the piece of metal and pull it down. Isn't it funny hearing somebody from almost 100 years ago be like, back in the olden days, women had to wear these more complicated gloves. And it's like, yes, because women, all those modern women and the glove wearing is still a thing. Nancy inserted the long button hook into the ceiling crack and almost at once was able to grasp the piece of metal and pull it down. Now she began tugging on it. When nothing happened, Helen climbed up on the box beside her friend and helped pull. Helen, but I do miss Bess and George, I'll be real. I can see why everybody was like, can we just have more like, not that Helen's bad or anything, but I do think Bess and George, they're so opposite of each other that they balance each other out really a lot, and they're really fun. There was a groaning, rasping noise, and the square section of the ceiling began to move downward. The girls continued to yank on the metal piece, and slowly a folded ladder attached to the wood became visible. The trap door is up there, Helen cried gleefully, looking at the roof. Nancy, you shall have the honor of being the first one to look out. Nancy smiled. And you mean capture the ghost? As the ladder was straightened out, creaking with each pull and set against the roof, Nancy felt sure, however, that the ghost did not use it. The ladder made entirely too much noise. She also doubted that he was on the roof, but it would do no harm to look. She might pick up a clue of some sort. Well, here I go, Nancy said, and started to ascend the rungs. When she reached the top, Nancy unfastened the trapdoor and shoved it upward. She poked her head outdoors and looked around. No one was in sight on the roof. But in the center stood a circular wooden lookout. It occurred to Nancy that possibly the ghost might be hiding in it. She called down to Aunt Rosemary and Helen to look up at the attic ceiling for evidence of an opening to the tower. They returned to Nancy in half a minute to report that they couldn't find any sign of another trapdoor. There probably was one in olden days, said Aunt Rosemary, but it was closed up. A sudden daring idea came to the girl detective. I'm going to crawl over to that lookout and see if anybody's in it, she told the two below. Before either of them could object, she started to crawl along the ridgepole above the wooden shingled sides of the deeply slanting roof. Helen had raced up the ladder and now watched her friend fearfully. Be careful, Nancy, she warned. Nancy was doing just that. She must keep a perfect balance or tumble down to almost certain death. Halfway to the tower, the daring girl began to feel that that she had been foolhardy, but she was determined to reach her goal. Only 5 more feet to go, Nancy told herself presently. She's like, look, I can do it. And then I can go home, and then I'll probably find my dad at some point, and he's probably fine. So, like, it's fine. With a sigh of relief, she reached the tower and pulled herself up. It was circular and had openings on each side. She looked in. No ghosts, Nancy. I like how they finally started putting it in quotations. Nancy decided to step inside the opening and examine the floor. She set one foot down, but immediately the boards, rotted from the weather, gave way beneath her. It's a good thing I didn't put my whole weight on it, she thought thankfully. Do you see anything? Helen called. Not a thing. This floor hasn't been in use for a long time. We have a picture. They're on the roof. The roof. The roof. The roof is on fire. Sorry. Oh, I've missed a lot of chat. Fucking inflation. Yeah, fucking inflation, man. I'm down to Georgia. Did you see the devil? He was looking for a soul to steal. Sorry. With his wedding. And I got confused when they asked me if I was taking Marta to go to the airport. I legit asked who Marta was. Oh, so fun story about Atlanta, and I was telling Anton this when Anton was here. Kroger is the store chain, right? There's all different Krogers all throughout the city, and I don't know why we do this, but Atlanta has this thing where all of the Krogers have their own nicknames, and you basically like judge you map off of where the Krogers are. So like how you like sometimes ask somebody like what stop do you get off at, like on the MARTA or whatever, on the bus line or something like that. Atlantans will ask each other like, what Kroger are you by? You buy Disco Kroger or Crowbar? Which Kroger are you by? Are you by murder Kroger? You murder Kroger? Oh, I'm sorry. Like it's just a weird thing, and we do it so much that we don't think about it, and so people come to visit and they're like, what the hell are you talking about? Is Pipkin? Oh yeah, I remember your comment. Yeah, Pipkin was wild. That video was such a trip to make. Oh my god. Fun though. Trams rhyme with ham. Ham! You guys know Christmas with the Cranks where she's like, don't say hickory, honey, ham again. He's like, ooh. And my earache is getting better. Yay! Looks like a mint slice, but it's not. It's a bar. What is a mint slice? Spine-chilling laugh. The Joker's in Nancy Drew. Yeah, but it's just Jared Leto's Joker, and Nancy's like, ah, shit. You live in a society, Anton. Inside it, and that be it. Okay, I have no idea what that is. Miyamo bar? Is that commonly found out west than East Providence? Probably sees them more. Like, I always hear the Outback Steakhouse commercials and like the guy on the Outback Steakhouse commercials, and I'm like, I wonder on a scale of 1 to 10 how offensive this accent is. Feels. Suburbs. Oh, that's funny. Bloomin' onions aren't a thing. The name bloomin' is an old-fashioned swear word. So funny. I always thought bloomin' was akin to like when Americans say freakin'. Frying an onion up isn't part of the cuisine. Think fish and chips, plenty of salads, surf and turf, shakes, donuts shoved into them, and Nutella in. Oh my god. The less shocking version of bloody. Onions are dope as hell though. She watched Wallace and Gromit. Oh, I missed a lot of chat. We don't need no water. My mom has always loved that song and would play it, even when we were very little. So surely at least one point, me or my brother have um, given an adult so much confusion by just going, the roof, the roof, the roof is on fire. Liar, liar, your roof is on fire. My grandfather did not know what a s'more was until he was taught by my cousin. This was a few years ago now, but like the he was in his 60s and he had never heard of a s'more. And then my cousin was like, like s'mores, like with graham crackers and marshmallows, and you roast them and then you squish them between the graham crackers with the chocolate. And she's like, what? And she started doing it, and she was like sure that he would be like, ah, yes, I know, of course I know what s'mores are, as soon as he saw it. But he was just like, I've never seen this before. And he was like watching her like she had like created this new invention, opened his eyes to this new world. Murder Kroger. Yup, Murder Kroger. The other words that rhyme. Welcome home, Patrick. What was I was on hold with the pharmacy the other day. What were they playing? Oh, they were playing "Don't You Want Me, Baby" over and over again, and I was like, huh, this is interesting hold music. On some other southern isms. A shopping cart is a buggy. Shopping cart is a buggy. Um, a lollipop is a sucker. There's some other things. We have the weirdest slang here in the South. No. Thank you, Soul. Good to see you. Different types of trams. Soul, I'm not leaving yet. I'm glad you're not leaving yet, Anton. The Christian mom does. She plays The Roof is on Fire. The motherfucker part included. To her credit, I think she had a version that dropped the motherfucker for that one part. But it's very funny thinking back to being a kid and just being like, the roof is on. Because you know, some adult was like, what the hell? "4:38 a.m. Oh my god. Yeah, it's probably time to go to bed. Good night. It's almost midnight here, and I thought it was getting late here. We're having 5 concurrent conversations in this chat. Yes, we are. I want to dance with somebody. Yes, hi, this is Patrick. Only works on mobile? I don't think it works on or no, it works on desktop but not on mobile, which has always confused me. Okay, sorry, I got distracted by the 5 conversations with chat. They're up on the roof. Oh no, not coughing. Oh, I'm not old. Well, I mean, like, when I was a very small child, I'm now a 26-year-old woman who can sing the motherfucker part if I want to. But I'm sure it's funny when a 5-year-old is like, the roof is on fire. Alright. Can everybody see the little 2-page spread picture of Nancy up here on the roof being like, fuck, I'm up here on this rickety roof. And then Helen's like, oh wow, Nancy. Sure hope nothing happens to you out there. Then the ghost didn't come in by way of the roof, Helen stated. Nancy nodded in agreement. The only places left to look are the chimneys, the young sleuth told her friend. I'll check them. There were 4 of these, and Nancy crawled to each one in turn. She looked inside but found nothing to suggest that the ghost used any of them for entry. Balancing herself against the last chimney, Nancy surveyed the countryside around her. What a beautiful and picturesque panorama it was. It is a very nice countryside. Another, like, I know I haven't really been to the Midwest, but this reminds me very much of, like, Vermont or Connecticut or somewhere in New England, you know? Away was a lazy little river whose waters sparkled in the sunlight. The surrounding fields were green and sprinkled with patches of white daisies. Nancy looked down on the grounds of twin elms and tried in her mind to reconstruct the original landscaping. That brick walk to the next property must have had a lovely boxwood hedge at one time, she said to herself. Her gaze now turned to Riverview Manor. The grounds there were overgrown with weeds and several shutters were missing from the house. Suddenly, Nancy's attention was drawn to one of the uncovered window panes. Did she see a light moving inside? It disappeared a moment later, and Nancy could not be sure. Perhaps the sun shining on the glass had created an optical illusion. Still, somebody just might be in that house, the young sleuth thought. The sooner I get over there and see what I can find out, the better. If the ghost is hiding out there, maybe he uses some underground passage from one of the outbuildings of the property. She crawled cautiously back to the trapdoor, and together the girls closed it. Aunt Rosemary had already gone downstairs to take care of her mother. Nancy told Helen what she thought she had just seen in the neighboring mansion. I'll change my clothes right away, then let's go see. Oh, Mr. Dodd. Oh my god, Mr. Dodd. Splitter, broker for Riverview Manor. A half hour later, the two girls walked into the real estate office. Mr. Dodd himself was there, and Nancy asked him about looking at Riverview Manor. I'm sorry, miss, he said, but the house has just been sold. Nancy was stunned. She could see all her plans crumbling into nothingness. Then a thought came to her. Perhaps the new owner would not object if we looked around anyway. Would you mind telling me, Mr. Dodd, who purchased Riverview Manor? Not at all, the realtor replied. A man named Nathan Gomber. That sneaky fucker. I got in trouble for playing Devil Went Down to Georgia at a youth group meeting one time. Would be my wrestling. Well, Maddie once sent me a meme that was like, forget your Zodiac. What song are you fist fighting a politician in a Denny's parking lot at 2 a.m. to? And for some reason, immediately I said Believe by Cher. I don't know why, but I said Believe by Cher. And that is my answer till the end of time. Cheery song, Blaze. That is great. COVID cough's the worst. Spencer and I got sick over the fall and it was really bad, and we thought it was like strep at the time, but they weren't sure. And looking back, I'm like, it was probably RSV because that's been going around, and I've never been so sick in my life, and I've never been that kind of sick. Oh no, I knew most of the politicians we have now are full of shit. I think it's just something about Believe by Cher. It's a song that I've loved since I was a kid because it just gets you pumped up for whatever it is you're doing. Filing taxes? Listen to Believe by Cher first. You will have all the energy in the world to do taxes. It is a great song. I Believe by Cher was the first use of autotune, like the first real use of like specifically autotune the specific program. We're really close to 6,000 subscribers, guys. It's kind of insane. Also, we live stream so much. 4,000 and 5,000 we celebrated on stream. 7K before you know it. Yay. Are we? Oh, we're 5 subscribers away from 6,000. Sorry, I was getting distracted by your uploads again. Hopefully not, but you never know. You never know what YouTube's gonna do. You are my 13th subscriber, Patrick. That feels unreal, doesn't it? That doesn't feel real. And you found me through the Winnie the Pooh's Welcome to Pooh Corner video, right? That was like, I was north of a dozen videos at that point. So if that was, I forget IDK number. The rocking chair is alive. So like I was north of a dozen videos. If I was north of a dozen videos when you found me and you were subscriber 13, anybody out there who has a really small channel and is just like, oh well, if I haven't grown, it's not gonna happen. It'll happen. Just keep chipping away at that wall. Sub 300 club. Miss Fine, I remember when you said, hey, I'm here before 300. And I just want that to be known before you hit like 10K. And I remember being like, that's really sweet. I'm never going to hit 10K. And now we're almost at 6K. That's insane. Got our friends. Yeah. We've got a community. Look at us being cute. It's like, the Paul Rudd meme where he's like on Hot Ones and he's like, look at us. Who'd have thought? Not me. I love that meme. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. What do we do? I haven't seen that movie in forever. I love that movie. And I relate to Dory more and more with every passing day. All right, chapter 18. You can always count on Nancy Drew books to be about exactly 180 pages with the wiggle room of like 2 pages more or less. And you can always count on them to be 20 chapters, at least the original ones. They go a little bit more off book, no pun intended, the newer they get. But like this era of Nancy Drew, you can tell it was very straightforward. Nancy Drew's face wore, this is called a confession, chapter 18. Nancy Drew's face wore such a disappointed look that Mr. Dodd, the realtor, said kindly, don't take it so hard, miss. I don't think you'd be particularly interested in Riverview Manor. It's really not in good condition. Plus, you'd need a pile of money to fix that place up. Without commenting on his statement, Nancy asked, couldn't you possibly arrange for me to see the inside of the mansion? Mr. Dodd shook his head. I'm afraid Mr. Gomber wouldn't like that. Nancy was reluctant to give up. Why, her father might even be a prisoner in that very house. Of course, I can report my suspicion to the police, the young sleuth thought. She decided to wait until morning. Then, if there was still no news on Mr. Drew, she would pass along word to Captain Rosalind. She's like, I want to exhaust all my options before I have to deal with the police. Mr. Dodd's telephone rang. As he answered it, Nancy and Helen started to leave his office, but he immediately waved them back. The call is from Chief Rosalind, Miss Drew, he said. He phoned Twin Elms and learned you were here. He wants to see you at once. She's like, God damn it. Thank you, said Nancy, and the girls left. They hurried to the police headquarters, wondering why the officer wanted to speak to Nancy. Oh, if only it's news of Dad, she exclaimed fervently. But why didn't he get in touch with me himself? I don't want to be a killjoy, Helen spoke up, but maybe it's not about your father at all. Perhaps they've caught Nathan Gomber. Nancy parked in front of headquarters, and the 2 girls hurried inside the building. Captain Rosalind was expecting them, and they were immediately ushered into his office. Nancy introduced Helen Corning. I won't keep you in suspense, the officer said. Watching Nancy's eager face, we have arrested Samuel Greenman. The crinkly-eared man? Helen asked. That's right, Captain Rosalind replied. Thanks to your tip about the used car, Mr. Drew. Miss Drew, sorry. Our men had no trouble at all locating him. The officer went to say... Hang on, sorry. Whew. Where was I? The officer went on to say, however, that the prisoner refused to confess that he had had anything to do with Mr. Drew's disappearance. Furthermore, Harry the taxi driver, we have him here, insists that he cannot positively identify Greenman as one of the passengers in his cab. We believe Harry is scared that Greenman's pals will beat him up or attack members of his family. Harry did tell me, Nancy put in, that his passenger had threatened to harm his family unless he forgot all about what he had seen. That proves our theory, Captain Rosalind stated with conviction. Miss Drew, we think you can help the police. I'll be glad to. How? Captain Rosalind smiled. You may not know it, but you're a very persuasive young lady. Oh, she knows. Trust me, she knows. I believe that you might be able to get information out of both Harry and Greenman, where we have failed. After a moment's thought, Nancy replied modestly, I'll be happy to try, but on one condition, she grinned at the officer. I must talk to these men alone. Request granted, Captain Rosalind smiled. He added that he and Helen would wait outside and he would have Harry brought in. Good luck, said Helen, as she and the captain left the room. A few moments later, Harry walked in alone. Oh, hello, miss, he said to Nancy, barely raising his eyes from the floor. Won't you sit down, Harry? Nancy asked, indicating a chair alongside hers. It was nice of the captain to let me talk to you. Harry seated himself, sorry, that was a word, but said nothing. He twisted the driver's cap nervously in his hands and kept his gaze downward. Harry, Nancy began, I guess your children would feel terrible if you were kidnapped. Jesus Christ, Nancy. Whew. Around. I love her. It would cut him to pieces, the cabman stated emphatically. Then you know how I feel, Nancy went on. Not a word from my father for 2 whole days. If your children knew somebody who'd seen the person who kidnapped you, wouldn't they feel bad if the man wouldn't talk? Harry at last raised his eyes and looked straight at Nancy. I get you, miss. When something comes home to you, it makes all the difference in the world. You win. I can identify that scoundrel Greenman, and I will. Call the captain in. Nancy did not wait a second. She opened the door and summoned the officer. Harry has something to tell you, Nancy said to Captain Rosalind, sorry, I keep saying his name wrong. Yeah, said Harry, I'm not going to hold out any longer. I admit Greenman had me scared, but he's the guy who rode in my cab, then ordered me to keep my mouth shut after that one passenger blacked out. Captain Rosalind looked around. It was evident he could hardly believe that Nancy, in only a few minutes, had persuaded the man to talk. She's just that powerful. She's built different. And now Nancy asked, may I talk to your prisoner? I'll have you taken to his cell, the captain responded, and rang for a guard. Nancy was led down a corridor past a row of cells until they came to one where the man with the crinkled ear sat on a cot. Greenman, said the guard, step up here. This is Miss Nancy Drew, daughter of the kidnapped man. She wants to talk to you. The prisoner shuffled forward but mumbled, I ain't going to answer no questions. Nancy waited until the guard had moved off. Then she smiled at the prisoner. We all make mistakes at times, she said. We're often misled by people who urge us to do things we shouldn't. Maybe you're afraid you'll receive death sentence for helping to kidnap my father. Jesus Christ. But if you didn't realize the seriousness of the whole thing, and the complaint against you may turn out to just be conspiracy. To Nancy's astonishment, Greenland suddenly burst out. You've got me exactly right, miss. I had almost nothing to do with taking your father away. The guy I was with, he's the old-timer. He's got a long prison record. I haven't. Honest, miss, this is my first offense. I'll tell you the whole story. I met this guy. Oh, he's still going. I met this guy only Monday night. He sure sold me a bill of goods, but I think that translates roughly to a crock of shit. But all I did was see that your pop didn't run away. The old timer's the one that drugged him. Where is my father now? Nancy interrupted. I don't know. Honest, I don't, Greenman insisted. Part of the plan was for somebody to follow the taxi. After a while, Mr. Drew was to be given a whiff of something. It didn't have to smell. That's why our taxi driver didn't catch on, and it didn't knock the rest of us out, because you have to put the stuff right under the fellow's nose to make it work. Yeah, chloroform. It's midnight. Make a wish. It's a brand new day. And the person who was following in a car and took my father away, who is he? I don't know, the prisoner answered, and Nancy felt that he was telling the truth. Did you get any money for doing this? Nancy asked him. A little. Not as much as it was worth, especially if I have to go to prison. The guy who paid us for our work was the one in the car who took your father away. Will you describe him? Nancy requested. Sure. Hope the police catch him soon. He's in his early 50s, short and heavy-set, pale, and he's kind of watery blue eyes. Nancy asked the prisoner if he would dictate the same confession for the police, and the man nodded. And I'm awful sorry I caused all this. Worry, miss. I hope you find your father soon, and I wish I could help you more. I guess I'm a coward. Aw, he's such a nice kidnapper. I'm too scared to tell the name of the guy who talked me into the whole thing. He's really a bad actor. No telling what happened if I gave his name. The young sleuth felt that she had obtained all the information she possibly could from the man. She went back to Captain Rosalind, who, for the second time, was amazed by the girl's success. She called the stenographer. Then he said goodbye to Nancy and Helen and went off toward Greenman's cell. On the way back to Twin Elms, Helen congratulated her friend. Now that one of the kidnappers has been caught, I'm sure that your father will be found soon, Nancy. Why do you suppose who the man was who took your father from Greenman and his friend? Nancy looked puzzled, then answered, We know from his description that he wasn't Gomber, but Helen, a hunch of mine is growing stronger all the time that he's back of this whole thing. Oh, there's a hair in my mouth. Gross. On putting two and two together, I believe it was Willie Wharton who drove the car. And I also believe Wharton is the one who's been playing ghosts using masks at times, like the gorilla and the unshaven long-haired man. Somehow, he gets into the mansion and listens to conversations. He heard that I was going to be asked to solve the mystery at Twin Elms and told Gomber. That's why Gomber came to our house and tried to keep me from coming here by saying I should stick close to Dad. That's right, said Helen. And when he found that didn't work, he had Willie and Greenman and the other man kidnap your dad. He figured it would surely get you away from Twin Elms. He wanted to scare Miss Flora into selling the property, and he thought if you were around, you might dissuade her. But in that, I didn't succeed, said Nancy a bit forlornly. Besides, they knew Dad could stop those greedy landowners from forcing the railroad to pay them more for their property. That's why I'm sure Gomber and Wharton won't release him until after they get what they want. The Drews stand for fair wages, goddammit. Helen laid a hand on Nancy's shoulder. I'm so terribly sorry about this. What can we do next? Somehow I have a feeling, Helen, her friend replied, that you and I are going to find Willie Wharton before very long. And if we do, and I find out he really signed the contract of sale, I want certain proof to be around. Who? Helen asked, puzzled. Mr. Barradale, the lawyer, and Mr. Watson, the notary public. The young sleuth put her thought into action. Knowing that the Monday was the deadline set by the railroad, she determined to do her utmost before that time to solve the complicated mystery. Back at Twin Elms, Nancy went to the telephone and put in a call to Mr. Barradale's office. She did not dare mention Gomber's or Willie Wharton's name for fear of one of the others. Wait, one of the other. Great. Who? For fear one or the other of them might be listening. She merely asked the young lawyer if he could possibly come to Cliffwood and bring with him whatever he felt was necessary for him to win his case. I think I understand what you really mean to say, he replied. I take it you can't talk freely, is that correct? Yes. Then I'll ask you the questions. You want me to come to the address that you gave us the other day? Yes, about noon. And you'd like me to bring along the contract of sale with Willie Wharton's signature? Yes, that will be fine. Nancy thanked him and hung up. Turning from the telephone, she went to find Helen and said, there's still lots of daylight, even though we can't get inside the Riverview Manor. We can hunt through the outbuildings over there for the entrance to an underground passage to this house. All right, her friend agreed, but this time you do the searching. I'll be the lookout. Nancy chose the old smokehouse of Riverview Manor first, since this was closest to the Twin Elms property line. It yielded no clue, and she moved on to the carriage house, but neither in this building nor any of the others did the girl detective find any indication of entrances to the underground passageway. Finally, she gave up and rejoined Helen. If there is an opening, it must be from inside Riverview Manor, Nancy said. Oh, Helen, it's exasperating not to be able to get in here. Go in there now in any case, Helen remarked. It's way past supper time and I'm starved. Besides, pretty soon it'll be dark. The girls returned to Twin Elms and ate supper. A short time later, someone banged the front door knocker. Both girls went to the door. They were amazed to find the caller was Mr. Dodd, the realtor. He held out a large brass key toward Nancy. What is this for? She asked, mystified. Mr. Dodd smiled. It's the front door key to Riverview Manor. I've decided that you can look around the mansion tomorrow morning all you please. Nice. Thanks, dude. All right, 2 more chapters and then we're done. I think they made physical pedals for autotune, right? Everyone's friend here, unless you need money. I'm kind of and you're a mod, so like if any of us break chat rules, then you'll kick us out. Even me. Nancy just in general is great. Like Nancy only gets more chaotic as time goes on, but she was her own special brand of chaos, even back to the very first book. Guy took one look at Nancy and folded like a cheap card table. He did. Like, I'll tell you everything, miss. And I just like to think that the police were in there just for like hours, just trying to like get any kind of information out of this guy. And they're like, we can't do it. He can't be broken. Nancy goes in there, takes one look at him. He's like, I'll tell you everything I know. And they're like, what the hell? It pulls when you read Nancy Drew books. The next time you read a Nancy Drew book, can it be The Clue Crew or Notebooks? We want Kid Nancy Drew, please and thank you. Oh, yeah, I can do some polls. I think when I read Nancy Drew, I think I'll do the Notebooks first, the first time we get around to like Kid Nancy Drew. Just because I'm nostalgic for those specifically, and you sent me, I have two that you, one from you and one from Bryn and Astrid, which is so sweet of them. And you. At what point in these books do we meet that vile, disgusting, foul, evil beast, Jane? I don't think Blackmore Manor was ever a book, was it? If it was, I would love to know. I thought you were about to say Ned, and I'm like, he'll show up in 3 or 4 books from now. Better enjoy this time while we can. Does this happen to you while you try to interrogate prisoners? Try Nancy Drew. And we'll get confessions out of all your toughest criminals. Spoiler. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Forgot. I guess I shouldn't mention Ned. I know you were joking. It's just funny to be like, whoa, 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 whoa. You can't tell me that Ned shows up. That ruins the whole vibe. All right. Almost there. 15 pages, maybe, and 2 more chapters. Yay! Yay, 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 yay. Chapter 19, The Hidden Staircase. Oh, good. The book is called The Hidden Staircase. I'm just joking. I do enjoy this book, but the book is called The Hidden Staircase, and we are this far through it before we get to the chapter called The Hidden Staircase. I do remember that part. I remember that it was a very long wait for the actual Hidden Staircase. Yeah, he is a different kind of vile. Ooh, my jaw just popped. I love having TMJ. Hear that in my ears. The light on Nancy's face. Mr. Dodd laughed. Do you think that house is haunted as well as this one? He asked. I hear you like to solve mysteries. Yes, I do. Not wishing to reveal the real purpose of the realtor, the young sleuth also laughed. Do you think I might find a ghost over there? She countered. Well, I never saw one, but you never can tell, the man responded with a chuckle. He said he would leave the key with Nancy until Saturday evening, and then pick it up. If Mr. Goodman should show up in the meantime, I have a key to the kitchen door that he can use. Nancy thanked Mr. Dodd and with a grin said she would let him know if she found a ghost at Riverview Manor. She could hardly wait for the next morning to arrive. Miss Flora was not told of the girls' plan to visit the neighboring house. Immediately after breakfast, they set off for Riverview Manor. Aunt Rosemary was with them to the back door and wished the two good luck. Promise me you won't take any chances, she begged. Make good choices. With a flashlight in their skirt pockets, Nancy and Helen hurried through the garden and into the grounds of Riverview Manor. Estate. As they approached the front porch, Helen showed signs of nervousness. Nancy, what will we do if we meet the ghosts? She asked. Just tell him we found him out, her friend answered determinedly. Helen said no more and watched as Nancy inserted the enormous brass key in the lock. It turned easily and the girls let themselves into the hall. Yeah, Nancy's like, yeah, just everybody confesses for you too, don't they? Just like me? Just tell him that we got him and he'll be like, I'll tell you everything I know. How is Megan, Milo? Hey, Chris. I'm late, but hello. Hello. How bad? We're all like, how bad was it? How bad was it? Helen said no more and watched as Nancy inserted the enormous brass key into the lock. It turned easily, and the girls let themselves into the hall. Architecturally, it was the same as Twin Elms mansions, but how different it looked now. The blinds were closed, lending an eerie atmosphere to the dusky interior. Dust lay everywhere, and cobwebs festooned in the corners of the ceiling. What a fun word. And spindles on the staircase. Staircase. Huh. It certainly doesn't look as if anybody lives here, Helen remarked. Where do we start hunting? I want to take a look in the kitchen, said Nancy. When they walked into it, Helen gasped. I guess I was wrong. Someone has been eating here. Eggshells, several empty milk bottles, some chicken bones, and pieces of wax paper cluttered the sink. Nancy realized that Helen was very uneasy and whispered to her with a giggle, if the ghost lives here, he has a good appetite. The young sleuth took out her flashlight and beamed it around the floor of the walls of the kitchen. There was no sign of a secret opening, and she went from room to room on the first floor. Helen followed and together they searched every inch of the place for a clue to the concealed door. At last they came to this conclusion that there was none. You know, it could be in the cellar, Nancy suggested. Well, you're not going down there, Helen said firmly. That is not without a policeman. It's too dangerous. And as for myself, I want to live and get married and not be hit over the head in the dark by a ghost, so Jim won't have a bride. Helen's thinking ahead. Nancy's like, pshh, marriage. I haven't even met Frank Hardy yet, as far as the canon is concerned. Nancy laughed. You win, but I'll tell you why. At the moment, I am more interested in finding my father than I am hunting for secret passageways. He may be a prisoner in one of the rooms upstairs. I'm going to find out. He could be a prisoner in one of the secret passageways? Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I'm missing something. The door to the back stairway was unlocked, and the one on top stood open. Nancy asked Helen to stand at the front of the main staircase while she herself went up the back steps. If your ghost is up there and tries to escape, he won't be able to slip out that way, she explained. Helen took her post in front of the hall, in the front hall, and Nancy crept up the back stairs. No one tried to come down either stairs. Helen now went to the second floor, and together she and Nancy began a search of the rooms. They found nothing suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. All right. Mr. True was not there. There was no sign of a ghost. None of the walls revealed a possible secret opening. But the bedroom, which corresponded to Miss Flora's, had a clothes closet built in at the end next to the fireplace. In colonial times, closets were a rarity, Nancy remarked to Helen. I wonder if this closet was added at that time and has any special significance. If you're watching this VOD from way in the future, and I don't live in this house anymore, and you live in this house, what are you using this closet for? I'm interested to know. Send me a picture if I'm still doing this whole online creator deal. I wonder if this closet was added at the time and has any special significance. Quickly, she opened one of the large double doors and looked inside. The rear wall was formed of two very wide wooden planks. In the center was a round knob sunk into the wood. This is strange, Nancy remarked excitedly. She pulled on the knob, but the wall did not move. Next, she pushed the knob down hard, leaning her full weight against the panel. Suddenly, the wall pushed inward. Nancy lost her balance and disappeared into a gaping hole below. Helen screamed, Nancy! And Nancy's like, I'm okay. Trembling with fright, Helen stepped. I'm surprised that wasn't the end of the chapter. Helen stepped in the closet and beamed her flashlight below. She could see a long, flight of stone steps. The hidden staircase. Nancy, Nancy, Helen called down. A muffled answer came from below. Helen's heart gave a leap of relief. Nancy's alive, she told herself, then called, Where are you? I found the secret passageway, came faintly to Helen's ears. Come down. She's like, Helen and your dad, or Hannah and your dad are gonna kill me if you die. Man, you can't do that. Helen did not hesitate. She wanted to be certain that Nancy was all right. Just as she started down the steps, the door began to close. Helen, in a panic that the girls might be trapped in some subterranean passageway, made a wild grab for the door. Holding it ajar, she removed the sweater she was wearing and wedged it into the opening. Finding a rail on one side of the stone steps, Helen grasped at it and hurried below. Nancy arose from the dank earthen floor to meet her. Dank. A dank Nancy Drew meme. Are you sure you're all right? Helen asked solicitously. I can't say that word. Solicitously. Deliciously. I admit, I got a good bang, Nancy replied, but I feel free now. But I feel fine now. Let's see where this passageway goes. The flashlight had been thrown from her hand, but with the aid of Helen's light, she soon found it. Fortunately, it had not been damaged, and she turned it on. The passageway was very narrow and barely high enough for the girls to walk without bending over. The sides were built of crumbling brick and stone. This may tumble on us at any moment, Helen said worriedly. Oh, I don't believe so, Nancy answered. It must have been here for a long time. The subterranean corridor was unpleasantly damp and had an earthy smell. Moisture clung to the walls. Do you think it smelled like the water, like a Pirates of the Caribbean ride? They felt clammy and repulsive to the touch. Ugh, clammy. Ugh. Presently, the passageway began to twist and turn as if the builders had found obstructions too difficult to dig through. Where do you think this leads? Helen whispered. I don't know. I only hope we're not going in circles. Presently, the girls reached another set of stone steps, not unlike the ones down which Nancy had tumbled, but these had solid stone sides. By their lights, the girls could see a door at the top with a heavy wooden bar across it. Shall we go up? Helen asked. Nancy was undecided what to do. The tunnel did not end here, but yawned ahead in blackness. Should they follow it before trying to find out what was at the top of the stairs? She voiced her thoughts aloud, but Helen urged that they climb the stairs. I'll be frank with you. When do we get to meet Frank? For real, though. I'd like to get out of here. Nancy acceded to her friend's wish and led the way up the steps. Suddenly, both girls froze in their tracks. A man's voice from the far end of the tunnel commanded, Stop! You can't go up there. Oh, dear. Oh, dearie dear. Kitty. Okay, but I wish it was more violent. Ah, did it suck? I didn't realize it was only PG-13. Ah, it's practically a kid's movie. May as well watch Orphan 2. Yeah, the violent parts have all the camera cutaways before the gory bits. I think it would have been a lot better if it was R-rated. Interesting. Although I don't love gory bits, I get empathy pain a lot, and so I'm like, I feel like I felt that. I hate that. Stop. I'm deleting my porridge. Someone's deleting my porridge too. I also think they could have leaned a little more into the girl's dependence on the android, like showing her refusing to interact with other children. Interesting. Let this be a normal field trip with the frizz. No way. The magic school bus. Love the magic school bus. I would use your closet also for a recording studio if I had it. See, the thing about this closet is when we moved in here, I was like, I don't need this much space for clothes. Back there are all of my clothes, and I have too many clothes. And that's all being held back there. And the rest of this space, I was like, just not using because it wasn't like outfitted. So I either had to outfit it for a whole closet, and I was like, I don't know what to do with all this closet space, or the channel was a few months old and was rapidly becoming something I wanted to spend more time on. And so like this gave me the ability to just have a space for it instead of having to constantly like set up and break down and sit on my floor. And so it took some time to get it all set up. Like it took, I think, a week straight of work. Just working at it. But I remember I was like really, I was like really going through like a depressed time. And so I was just like, nah, I'm gonna be productive. And I just like put on a bunch of like true crime podcasts and I just like worked through it. And I'm glad that I did. I think this is the perfect little space for the channel. Right, this Milo. I'll have to watch Orphan 2 again. It'll be the moment to haunt Avery during a stream in her 60s. I mean, I love the house that I live in. Hopefully, this house at least stays in the family for quite a while. But I just had that thought. I was like, I think about that sometimes. Like when YouTubers move from places, that means that somebody else moves in. So I wonder if those people ever watch their channel and be like, this was filmed in my kitchen. What's a scary movie series? Brenda is the best. I have not really seen any of the scary movies. I've only seen the one clip from, I think, Scary Movie 2, where Tim Curry has a cameo. And I'm not even sure where I found that. It was just like something I stumbled across on YouTube one day. Found the hidden staircase. Oh, thank goodness the book is almost over and we didn't want to name it Nancy Drew and the Gorilla Ghost. Honestly, that would have been iconic, though. They're kind of aware. I do want to know, like, I'd love to do some research on, like, because obviously Caroline Keene, you know, famous pen name, lots and lots of different ghostwriters have famously and kind of on the side written for Nancy Drew. I would love to know, like, especially back in the early days, did they give them a title? Like, did they do the R.L. Stine thing of, like, this is what we want to call it? You can write a thing around this. Like, did they give them the whole plot? Like, did somebody come up with the plot and then the writer came in and, like, brought the plot to life? Or did the writer just kind of, like, write whatever their idea was and then they picked the best name from what was given to them? I'm just interested. I do have a book called Nancy Drew and the Women Who Made Her or something like that, and it might be covered in that. So I should read it sometime. It's my favorite horror movie that was made in Canada, Ginger Snaps. Oh, I've never seen that. I did not. I don't really watch SNL anymore that much. It's very Ontario. That's great. It's also very 2000s goth. Love that. All right, guys, ready for the last chapter? It is 12:29. in the morning. Happy Saturday? Is it Saturday technically? It's Saturday technically. Chapter 20, Nancy's Victory. Oh, yep, Saturday. Damn. Hey, Natty. Their initial fright over, both girls turned and beamed their flashlights toward the foot of the stone stairway. Below them stood a short, unshaven, pudgy man with watery blue eyes. "You're the ghost," Helen stammered. "And you're Mr. Willie Wharton," Nancy added. Astounded, the man blinked in the glaring lights and said, "Yes, I am, but how did you know?" "You live in the old Riverview Manor," Helen went on, "and you've been stealing food and silver and jewelry from Twin Elms." "No, no, I'm not a thief," Willie Wharton cried out. "I took some food and I've been trying to scare the old ladies so they would sell their property. Sometimes I wore false faces, but I never took any jewelry or silver. Honest, I didn't. It must have been Mr. Gomber." Nancy and Helen were amazed. Willie Wharton, with little urging from them, was confessing more than they had dared to hope. Nancy has a gift, apparently, for getting people to confess to stuff. "Did you know that Nathan Gomber is a thief?" Nancy asked the man. Wharton shook his head. "I know he's sharp. That's why he's going to get me more money for my property from the railroad." "Mr. Wharton, did you sign the original contract of sale?" Nancy queried. "Yes, I did, but Mr. Gomber said that if I disappeared for a while, he'd fix everything up so I'd get more money. He said he had a couple of other jobs which I could help him with. One of them was coming here to play ghosts. It was a good place to disappear to. But I wish I had never seen Nathan Gomber or Riverview Manor or Twin Elms or had anything to do with ghosts." I love when the A crime and B crime line up into one giant case. So convenient. "I'm glad to hear you say that," said Nancy. Then suddenly she asked, "Where's my father?" Willie Wharton shifted his weight and looked about wildly. "I don't know, really, I don't. But you kidnapped him in your car," the young sleuth prodded him. "We got a description of you from the taxi man." Several seconds went by before Willie Wharton answered. "I didn't know it was kidnapping. Mr. Gomber said your father was ill and that he was going to take him to a special doctor. He said Mr. Drew was coming on a train from Chicago and he was going to meet Mr. Gomez on the road halfway between here and the station, but Gomer said he couldn't meet him and the other business to attend to. So I was to follow your father's taxi and bring him to Riverview Manor." "Yes, yes, go on," Nancy urged as Willie Wharton stopped speaking and covered his face with his hands. It's gotta be, if you think you're having a bad day, just remember that you probably haven't accidentally kidnapped somebody today. That's all. You've always got that going for you. Unless you've accidentally kidnapped somebody today, in which case, that's an L. "I didn't expect your father to be unconscious when I picked him up," Wharton went on. "Well, those men in the taxi put Mr. Drew in the back of the car. I brought him here. Mr. Gomber drove up from the other direction and said he would take over. He told me to come right here to Twin Elms and do some ghosting." Ghosted. He ghosted all of them. "And you have no idea where Mr. Gomber took my father?" Nancy asked with a sinking feeling. "Nope." In a few words, she pointed out Nathan Gomber's real character to Willie Wharton, hoping that if the man before her did know anything about Mr. Drew's whereabouts, which he was not telling, he would confess. But from Wharton's emphatic answers and sincere offers to be all the help he could in finding the missing lawyer, Nancy concluded that Wharton was not withholding any information. "How did you find—" She's a human lie detector, that one. "How did you find out about the passageway and the secret staircase?" Nancy questioned him. "Gomber found an old notebook under a heap of rubbish in the attic of Riverview Manor," Wharton answered. "He said it told everyone about the secret entrances to the two houses. The passageways with openings on each floor were built when the houses were. They were used by the original Turnbulls in bad weather to get from one building to the other. This stairway was for the servants. The other two stairways were for the family. Oh, God forbid we let the servants use the same stairs as us. Christ. One of these led to Mr. Turnbull's bedroom in the house, and the notebook also said that he often secretly entertained government agents, and sometimes he had to hurry them out of the parlor and hide them in the passageway when callers came. Where does the stairway lead? Helen spoke up. To the attic of Twin Elms, Willie Wharton gave a little chuckle. I knew that Miss Drew, you almost found the entrance. But the guys that built this place were pretty clever. Every opening has heavy double doors. When you poked that screwdriver through the crack, you thought you were hitting another wall, but it was really a door. Did you play the violin and turn on the radio and make the thumping noises in the attic? And were you the one who laughed when we were up there? He's like, no, that was a real ghost. His name's Jeff. He's chill. Yes, and I moved the sofa to scare you, and I even knew about the listening post. That's how I found out about all your plans and could report them to Mr. Gomer. Suddenly, it occurred to Nancy that Nathan and Gomer might appear on the scene at any moment. She must get Willie Wharton away and have him swear to his signature before he changed his mind. Mr. Wharton, would you please go ahead of us up the stairway and open the doors, she asked, and go into Twin Elms with us and talk to Mrs. Turnbull and Mrs. Hayes. I want you to tell them that you've been playing ghosts but aren't going to any longer. Miss Flora has been so frightened that she's ill in bed. I'm sorry about that, Willie Wharton replied. Sure, I'll go with you. Shame on you, Willie Wharton. That sweet old lady. I never want to see Nathan Gomer again. He went ahead of the girls and took down the heavy wooden bar from across the door. He swung it wide, pulled a metal ring in the back of the adjoining door, then quickly stepped downward. The narrow panel opening, which Nancy had suspected of leading to the secret stairway, now was pulled inward. There was barely room alongside it to go up the top step and into the attic. To keep Gomer from becoming suspicious if he should arrive, Nancy asked Willie Wharton to close the secret door again. Helen, we've got like 6 pages maybe left, and I still have not seen Daddy Drew. I'm getting a little concerned. Helen said, Nancy, will you please run downstairs ahead of Mr. Wharton and me and tell Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary the good news? She gave Helen a 3-minute start. Then she and Will Wharton followed. The amazed women were delighted to have the mystery solved, but there was no time for celebration. Mr. Borrowdale is downstairs to see you, Nancy, Aunt Rosemary announced. Nancy turned to Willie Wharton. Will you come down with me, please? She introduced both herself and the missing property owner to Mr. Borrowdale, and then went on. Mr. Wharton says the signature on the contract of sale is his own. And you'll swear to that? The lawyer asked, turning to Willie. I sure will. I don't want anything more to do with this underhanded business, Willie Wharton declared. I know where I can find a notary public right away. Nancy spoke up. Do you want me to phone him, Mr. Borrowdale, she asked. Please do, at once. Nancy dashed to the telephone and dialed the number of Albert Watson on Tuttle Road. When he answered, she told him the urgency of the situation, and he promised to come over at once. Mr. Watson arrived within 5 minutes with his notary equipment. Mr. Borrowdale showed him the contract of sale containing Willie Wharton's name and signature. Attached to it was the certificate of acknowledgement. Mr. Watson, you concur, Watson. Mr. Watson, Willie Wharton to raise his... Mr. Wharton... Sorry. It's apparently almost time for bed. Mr. Watson asked Willie Wharton to raise his right hand and swear that he was the person named in the contract of sale. After he was done, the notary public filled in the proper places on the certificate, signed it, stamped it, the paper, and affixed the seal. I feel like the southernness in my accent is coming out, and it's spooking me. I'm past that point of being tired. Where am I? After this was done, the notary public filled in the proper places on the certificate, signed it, stamped the paper, and affixed his seal. Oof. Almost there, brain. Come on. Well, this is really a wonderful job, Miss Drew, Mr. Barradale praised. Nancy smiled, but her happiness at having accomplished a task for her father was dampened by the fact that she still did not know where he was. Mr. Barradale and Willie Wharton also were extremely concerned. I'm going to call Captain Rosalind and ask him to send some policemen out here at once, Nancy stated. What better place for Mr. Gomber to hide my father than somewhere along that passageway? How far does it go, Mr. Wharton? Mr. Gomber says it goes all the way to the river, but the end of it is completely stored up now, all the way to the top. I never went any further than the stairways. The young lawyer thought Nancy's idea a good one because if Nathan Gomber should return to Riverview Manor and find that Willie was gone, he would try to escape. The police promised to come at once. Nancy had just finished talking with Captain Rosalind when Helen Corning called from the second floor. Not the secret floor. There's a hidden staircase, but there is no secret floor. Nancy, can you come up here? Miss Flora insists upon seeing the hidden staircase. The young sleuth decided that she would just about have time to do this before the arrival of the police. Excusing herself to Mr. Barradale, she ran up the stairs. Aunt Rosemary had put on a rose-colored dressing gown while attending her mother. To Nancy's amazement, Mrs. Turnbull was fully dressed and wore a white blouse with a high collar and black skirt. Nancy and Helen led the way to the attic. The girl detective, having crouched on her knees, opened the secret door. "And all these years I never knew it was here," Miss Flora exclaimed. "And I doubt my father did, or he would have mentioned it," Aunt Rosemary added. Nancy closed the secret door, and they all went downstairs. She could hear the front doorbell ringing and assumed that it was the police. She's like, they'll let themselves in. She and Helen hurried below. Captain Rosalind and another officer stood there. They said other men had surrounded Riverview Manor, hoping to catch... Cat is doing cat things. Hang on, Perry. Hoping to catch Nathan Gomber if he did arrive there. With Will Wharton leading the way, the girls, Mr. Barradale, and the police trooped to the attic and went down the hidden staircase to the dank passageway below. That's the name of the book. Sorry, Perry. Yes, Perry, I have 3 pages left. You couldn't wait? All right. Perry has decided to grace us with her presence. Hi, Perry. No, you don't need the hot chocolate. You don't drink hot chocolate. See, you could have come in here while the girls were here, but you had to be a bitch. I'll answer you in a second, person on the phone. I've got to finish this book and pet the cat. I'm contractually obligated to pet the cat. Too much, or then she'll scratch you. No, just kidding. Well, you're gonna fall. You're trying to park your butt where there's nowhere to park. Perry. It is her glorious chaos. All right, 3 more pages. Let me finish this and then I'll catch up with chat. Dank passageway. It's a dank meme, guys. I hunch from reading about old passageways. Say hi, Perry. I can see you, Perry. I have a hunch from reading old passageways that there may be one more room off this tunnel, Nancy told Captain Rosalind. There were so many powerful flashlights in play now that the place was almost as bright as daylight. As the group moved along, they suddenly came to a short stairway. Willie Wharton explained that it led to an opening back of the sofa in the parlor. There was still another stone stairway which went up to Miss Flora's bedroom, with an opening alongside the fireplace. The searchers went on. Nancy, who was ahead of the others, discovered a padlocked iron door in the wall. Was it... Hi, Perry. Was it a dungeon? Was it a dungeon? What a question. She had heard of such places being used for prisons in colonial times. By this time, Captain Rosalind had caught up to her. Do you think your father may be in there? He asked. I'm terribly afraid so, said Nancy, shivering at the thought of what she might find. We've only got 2.5 pages left, so if he's not there, he's probably just gone forever, and I don't think that's true. This is only the second book. The officer found that the lock was very rusty. Pulling from his pocket a penknife with various tool attachments, he soon had the door unlocked and flung wide. He beamed his light into the blackness beyond. It was indeed a room without windows. Suddenly, Nancy cried out, "Dad!" and sprang ahead. "Papa!" Perry. No one can see you. Oop, oop. Sorry. All right, I was going to move that down so they could see you a little bit better, but no. No, God forbid we don't make Perry comfortable. Dad, she sprang ahead. Lying on blankets on the floor and covered with others, Mr. Drew, what are we doing, Perry? What is this? What's happening? Oh, she's like, oh, everybody wants to see me? Gaze upon me. And my silver chaos. Perry is the one to inconvenience you at all costs. Oh, yeah. Lying on blankets on the floor and covered with others was Mr. Drew. He was murmuring faintly. He's alive, Nancy exclaimed, kneeling down to pat his face and kiss him. He's been drugged, Captain Rosalind observed. I'd say Nathan Gomber has been giving your father just enough food to keep him alive and mixing sleeping powders with it. That bastard. From his trousers pocket, the officer brought out a small vial of restorative and held it to Mr. Drew's nose. In a few moments, the lawyer shook his head, and a few seconds later, opened his eyes. Keep talking to your dad, the captain ordered Nancy. Dad, wake up. You're all right. We've rescued you. Within a very short time, Mr. Drew realized that his daughter was kneeling beside him. Reaching out his arm from beneath the blankets, he tried to hug her. We'll take him upstairs, Captain Rosalind. Harry, what are we doing? Don't knock anything, please. growling at? There's nothing here. What are you growling at? What, do you still smell the other cats in here? That's lame. We're at the end of the stream. Perry is suspicious. I don't know what. The cats are all growling at something in, like, the same corner of the room. And I'm like, I know we joke about having a tech ghost in here, but, like, do we need to have an exorcism or something? We need to banish something out of here? Where was I? Willie, open that secret entrance to the parlor. Glad to be of help, Wharton hurried ahead and up the short flight of steps. In the meantime, the other three men lifted Mr. Drew and carried him along the passageway. By the time they reached the stairway, Willie Wharton had opened the secret door behind the sofa in the parlor. Mr. Drew was placed on the couch. He blinked, looking around, and then saw in astonishment. Willie Wharton, how did you get here? Nancy, tell me the whole story. Carson's like, what the fuck is going on, Nancy? The lawyer's robust health and sturdy constitution had stood him in good stead. He recovered with amazing rapidity from his ordeal and listened with listened in rapt attention as one after another of those in the room related the events of the past few days. Perry, hang on. As the story ended, there was a knock at the front door and another police officer was admitted. He had come to report that Captain Rosslyn had not only had Nathan Gomber had been captured outside of Riverview Manor, and all the loot recovered, but also the final member of the group who had abducted Mr. Drew had been taken into custody. Gomer had admitted everything, even to having attempted to injure Nancy and her father with the truck at the River Heights Bridge project. He had tried to frighten Miss Flora into selling Twin Elms because he had planned to start a housing project on the two Turnbull properties. It's a real victory for you, Nancy's father praised his daughter proudly. What would we do without teen detectives taking down greedy business capitalists? The young sleuth smiled. Although she was glad it was all over, she could not help but look forward to another mystery to solve. One soon came her way when, quite accidentally, she found herself involved in the bungalow mystery. That is book number 3 in the series. Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary had come downstairs to meet Mr. Drew. While they were talking, Perry, what are you doing? All of my cats are just growling at something that no one can see. Miss Flora and Aunt Rosemary had come downstairs to meet Mr. Drew. While they were talking to him, the police officer left, taking Willie Wharton with him as a prisoner. Mr. Barradale also said goodbye. Nancy and Helen slipped out of the room and went to the kitchen. We'll prepare a super-duper lunch to celebrate this occasion, said Helen happily. Yay, it's nobody's kidnapped anymore day. And we can make all the plans we want, Nancy replied with a grin. There won't be anyone at the listening post. That, dear viewer, is the end. We made it to the end. I've missed chat. I missed a lot in chat. Hope your sweater. Thank you, Benjamin. I live in the sweater these days. Okay, Perry, hang on. Cocaine bear. Wait, hang on. I really missed something. Let me go back. I missed a lot in chat. Oh my goodness. Last of Us show was filmed in Alberta. That's cool. Into her IMDb, she was also on an episode of Psych. Oh, which episode of Psych was she on? I love Psych. It's like to be the ugly, plain sister, all about killing. Ah. Let's. We're talking about horror movies. I'm catching up. Happy birthday to Laser's dad. Hollywood calls basically any dark-haired girl ugly, LMAO, and any girl above a size 1 will be treated. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Hollywood's like, wait, you have brown eyes? Ah, you're ugly. And the brown-eyed girls are like, hey. Where, Holmes? I have not seen Enola Holmes 2. Read stream? We do read streams all the time. There's another Magic Mike movie? Require all that much acting? No. You can do it. Thank you, Paolo. Channing Tatum's never been personally my type. Nothing against the guy. But I don't know. It's just always funny to me the way that, like, everybody's mom has a crush on Channing Tatum. His mom and older sister. Critics and audiences loved the first 2 Magic Mike movies. They were really fine. I've actually never seen a Magic Mike movie. I think Avery can. I think Avery can. I think Avery can. Thank you. I did. Cocaine Bear. I haven't been to the movies in forever, so I'm just reading through everybody's messages about what they saw, what's coming up in the theater. Oh, opposite Jonah Hill and Jump Street. Yeah, he seemed to be having fun in Jump Street. I think Channing Tatum feels like he always has to be serious man, and in Jump Street he got to be not serious man. People who willingly approach dangerous wild animals, so I'm fine with it. Like, people who ignore very well-known safety advice bother me. Yeah. Like, I'll definitely go, like, full-on white girl stereotype when it comes to, like, animal, like, squirrels and raccoons, but when it comes to, like, that's a bear, it's like, do not go up to the bear, and definitely don't try to pick up the baby bear, because the mama bear is surely somewhere. Perry gives me hope in the world. Oh. Hello, Perry. Everybody said hi to you, Perry. Perry the star is back. See a wild animal that seems to be chill. Great of you. That's a sign that it either A, has rabies, Used to be human presence. They don't see you as a threat and will not run if it feels challenged. Yeah. I've always been told, like, if a wild animal is, like, overly friendly, that could easily mean rabies, so keep your distance. Harry says bedtime, mother. Harry doesn't really act like I'm her mother so much as she thinks I'm, like, her annoying older sister. But then, like, she also simultaneously thinks that she's the one looking out for me and, and keeping everything going for my behalf. Seems chill and okay with you. It is actually much more dangerous, yes. Wahlberg. He's good if the scripts are good, yeah. Cats who live near my apartment, for the most part, they aren't scared of people, but they will run if you get too close. That honestly sounds normal for cats. And I have this pet peeve with people think they have like a special connection to animals and nature. They're above needing to follow safety advice. Harry always inconveniences me. Bless her. Every survival instinct and himself. Yeah, yeah. You can't go up to like natural. There are some things that are just our predators, and we have to get used to that. And Pixels are Jack and Jill. Oh gosh. God. No, you know what the worst, you know what my least favorite Sandler movie of all time is? It's You Don't Mess with the Zohan. Watched it a few years ago with Maddie, and it's genuinely just, oh, I hate that movie so much. I thought Jack and Jill was the worst of his movies, but it's not. Zohan is worse. All right, listen, I run this channel. She's holding us hostage. Macy Lou. Oh. We're at the end of the stream, Perry. Yeah, just, I love the messages that come through when Perry's on stream. Haunting the closet. Oh, it's okay. It's just Milo Perry. Burn some sage. I need to do something. Get the singing bowl out or something. Need to do some saning in here. there's it's just time. There's clearly something. There's something kicking around. Oh god, why is secret webcam the creepiest thing on that list? Last page almost. Yes, we finished. The house which has some great vanishing sprays. Nice, interesting. It really hard. Anything that felt ghostly and demonic. I used to too. Now I just kind of look around and I'm like, hey, if there are any ghosts in here, don't fucking mess with me. I've been through quarantine. You have no idea what I'm capable of. You should be scared of me, ghosts. Veil like it does in real life. Yeah, you're right. We need more teen detectives. The thesis is we need more detectives. The conclusion of the thesis. No, there's no mouse, thankfully. Well, I actually like mice, but not when they're uninvited in my house. I think there's a third. Yes. Sorry, I know I'm way behind on chat. I just want to catch up on what I missed in that last chapter. Cuter would come up with if you asked for a hot guy. Yeah. I don't know anything about him. He's probably like he might be like the nicest dude ever. Like nothing against him personally. I've never like he's never been my type. So it's always been funny to me seeing like swarms of women be like Channing Tatum. Ah. I have a crush on Magic Mike guy. They're in Jump Street. Ben and Magic Mike. Yeah, I think it was good in Jump Street. That Returns was good. Yay! But then I decided I would rather watch Scooby Doo. Natty, that I relate to that energy so much. But Forest Doggo. Look, I love wolves as much as the next person, but I'm gonna give them a wide berth if I ever see one. I go, hi, this is my channel. Hello. You know. What's up, fucker? It is funny how nervous I used to be just to sit down in front of the camera, and I never thought I would be able to stream it. Now I just sit down on stream like it's nothing. I'm like, I officially like the like I was like, what point am I gonna stop feeling like a new YouTuber? It's here. It's where you stop feeling like, oh boy, I'm stage fright in front of the camera. I've done it too much. I'm broken. Yogi Bear was real. He's a dick for stealing your food, but otherwise he's chill. Yeah, he'd probably not. He'd never eat a person, just all of your food. The reasons. Interesting. I'm not saying it isn't true, but overly friendly wild animals. Sounds like something parents would make up. It kind of does, but I think there's some science reason for it. I think genuinely people forget movie. I've never seen that movie. Small Soldiers. I have been told that there was. I've never played it. For the chaotic energy, rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'll have to check it out. I've only seen like OG Ninja Turtles. You have to kick ghosts or else they haunt you. Yeah. You gotta be like, hey, ghosts, don't fuck with me. Yeah, no, I get you. Just because I'm not attracted to men. The only times um the only times I ever have like had like celebrity crushes or thought celebrities were attractive was like when they were like either playing a character that I really related to or hyperfixated on, or just I respected them as a person and like the charity work that they did or uh, something like that. I think it's part of the great demisexual experience. Well, that's a beautiful man and not be attracted to him. But then there's dudes where I'm like, I know he is handsome technically, but well, it's all subjective, right? You know. Oh, if you're already mad at Bay, don't watch the later Transformer movies. Or really any of them. Invokes nothing in my brain, yeah. I think I'm finally caught up on chat. State Forest Rangers tweeted a picture of a mountain lion and was captioned, "If you see a mountain lion, do the opposite of..." That's funny. The 18 version is amazingly chaotic. Like, sometimes it's like chat chaos. That's amazing. I'm taking a criticism. I can see that. Nah, fam. Danny DeVito, the short king. Yeah. Gotta love Danny DeVito. Michael Bay movies are just so aggressively... even know what the word is. I don't even know how you would... It's like, it's the energy of like a Mountain Dew and a Dodge Ram commercial. That's a Michael Bay movie. You know what I mean? DeVito seems cool, like in a wish he was my dad type of way. I'm telling people Danny DeVito's my real dad. The passion. Oh dear. I love those Transformers movies. And his lens flares and just bad scripts. Yeah, they're very tailored to like a teenage boy's perspective of what's cool, which is a demographic, right? But it's just like stuff blowing up all the time and too many loud special effects and girls with boobs. It's just like fast cars. That's a Michael Bay movie. And it's just like, oh, okay. Can I offer you an egg in this drying time? Toxic male gaze. As tall as Danny DeVito's daughter, and I only know that because when she was in, what was she in? Was that Jumanji 2? Or was that... Yeah, I guess it was Jumanji 2, where it was like she had like some kind of part in it and they were like, "Hey Avery, can you stand in for a day?" And I was like, "No." And then I felt really, really bad. I was like, "No!" I was like, I could have stood in for a DeVito. Damn it. I missed my opportunity. Game over. I think it was during the time when I was still really, really, really concerned, afraid of alien invasions and abductions, so the Transformers coming to Earth scared me. I mean, yeah, I've been like, I like Transformers, but it's never been my like nerd culture thing of choice. I do like the ride at Universal though. The ride is dope. One time I put Danny DeVito's face on all of the photos in my house. I love him. That's cute. He never came to be. Oh. He could have been DeVito's kid too. I know. I had another job. I was already working somewhere else. Scary movie at all. I just had insane phobia of aliens. No, I get that. And plus they kind of have, they're a weird animation, right? They don't, it's that animation of like, this is the hyper realistic animation of our time, and it just kind of doesn't hold up as well when you watch it back later too, because it just kind of almost starts to look uncanny. If the way that they move isn't always 100% right. Okay, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Movie was I never saw it. I do like Bumblebee though. He was always the fun character because he always had, you know, the music playing and you're like, ah, they got the rights to that song. Dylan O'Brien. Dylan O'Brien is one of those actors that I hear his name all the time. I'm sure he's great. I know everybody loves him. I've never seen a single thing with him in it, I don't think. Yeah, I like Haley Steinfeld. She was really good in Hawkeye. I thought she did a really good job. I was talking the other day about how I want to cover more old school B horror movies like we did with Teenagers from Outer Space. It's always a fun one. I had ADHD and anxiety, and I've never related to such a character before, and I just fell in love with him. I feel like I would also love that character. Also having ADHD and anxiety. Instead of the Camaro or whatever. Yeah. You want killer clowns. I love killer clowns. Them, 1954, Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. Leading Edge of 17. No, I've just always loved those B horror movies. Well, I should probably. Edge of 17 was Chef's Kiss. I'm glad it ended up being good. Not that I had any reason to believe it wasn't, but like, it's always, you never really know until something comes out. Because I've seen things that like the trailer made it look horrible, and then it surprised all of us because it turned out the trailer was just cut bad. And then I've seen ones where it's like the trailer looks amazing, and then the movie is so disappointing because literally only the good parts are the ones that you've seen in the trailer. Sorry, I was just logging that we officially finished reading the book because my little collector ADHD brain is just like, I want the credit for doing the thing. It's like when you have the punch cards. It's like I have to get all the punches on the punch card. I've got to get all the gold stickers on my chart. Go to bed. Yeah, I'm gonna get off and go to sleep, guys, since it's after 1. But sorry, I just keep seeing comments in chat, and I'm just like, ooh, made me so uncomfortable that it made me realize I wasn't 100% over my childhood clown phobia, and I had to turn it off. My mom literally saw the thumbnail when I published that video about killer clowns, and she was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna watch that. And I was like, it's fine. I know my mom is so scared of clowns. I was like, I wasn't expecting you to watch it, but that's fine. I appreciate you giving it a thought. Yes, the book is finished. We finished the book. They solved the case. They found her dad. They found the jewelry. They recovered the house. The guy who was trying to steal the old lady's house. They caught all the bad guys and they did all the things. And now Nancy can hopefully have like a normal day before she has her life endangered on the next case. Good night. Remember Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is something. I will watch it. I've never seen a Bond. Well, no, that's not true. I haven't seen that many Bond movies. Good night, everyone. I'll see you soon. Thank you for watching. Go all night if you don't put an end to it. I know. And I'm always like, I'm gonna get off, but then it's like when you're like leaving a party. You're like, I'm gonna head out, and then you're like talking to everybody. Good night, day, unit of time, whatever. Good morning, and in case I don't see it, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Good night, guys. I will see you tomorrow if I end up streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna try to do a game show stream. And see if we like that. And then yeah, hopefully you will see me then. So goodbye.